have a crybaby. Oh, hi, Kibi. Excuse me. Hello, everybody. Cecil. Okay, he's over there. How you guys doing? Sarax, congrats on first, and hi, Smelly Man! How you doing? Yeah, POV Smelly. Oh, did you run a Smelly clip? Heard a bat inhale. You did hear the bat inhale. It was me laughing at my cat. He proceeded to stand outside the room and cry. Like he's just been mistreated, when in actuality, he just went out there to cry. Like a spoiled Victorian child. Anyway. How you guys doing this lovely afternoon? Ugh. Damn it. I need to stop yawning. Here, I'll do this. No! There we go. Kibi Kibi. He wants to play. He wants to play, but I just started. I could have played with you earlier. But you choose now. Yes, I know, you're very cute. He has brought me toy. Desmond, I also know that Sarax stole the first redeem but couldn't speak because I had yet to greet you, friend. That's a big title. Haven't overeating dinner. Oh, well, at least you're having food. And coffee. Play with Kibby? No. I will not play with Kibby. Okay, maybe a little. Maybe I'll play with Kibby a little. Yeah, he always does this. He gets the most antsy when I go live. It's like he knows. No! Yeah, Sarax, you weren't slick. We all saw you. Everyone was in line behind you. They saw you standing there first in line, and when you pushed open the door to walk into the cafe, you were caught. Y'all are precious. I'm gonna pet you all. There you go. As you walk through the door, I'm gonna pet you. Okay, so the topic of today, you probably garnered it from the chat, the title, but we all know. I can't believe I was caught spawn camping. Yeah. Thank you for the pet, Blippi! And hi, Ladyface. We're doing good. Do I go to work today? I mean, it's probably a good idea to go to work today, even though literally everyone wants you to rather stay here and hang out. But, you know, if you gotta go to work, I understand, even though I will miss you. Yes, Kippy, I know, I see you. And your string. Go get it. He's so cute. Adulting stinky. Adulting is stinky. Stinky poopy. But back on what I was saying a minute ago. From the title, I'm sure you can realize we were recently cursed, I suppose, with the release of a certain very controversial wizard game, and that brought out a lot of JKR stuff. The wizarding world needs to be written better by Battler. But well, I want to give like a brief, I guess, history of the reason the world building is, I guess, for the sake of the argument, not super there compared to a, like, you know, J.R.R. Tolkien or yeah, Harriet Porber. And that is first and foremost because it's based off of our world. It's completely, it has everything we have to a T, which, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little weird, but it's fine. It's just like a suburban, what is it called? What are those called? Oh, fuck, not suburban. Urban fantasy. It's like an urban fantasy more than it is a like in like a whole ass like new world. Yeah, it's still grounded in reality, so she didn't have a whole lot to work with anyway. But the parts that she has worked on, you can clearly tell she went book by book with it, because the MacGuffin of said book that she made is in there and not really mentioned anywhere else at all. And it's like, okay, well, you know, it it's a little weak. I also know that as someone who's read all of or I listened to them on Audible with Leon. As someone who's now listened to all of the books, I can say her early written works were a lot more concise. And as she goes on and makes the books longer, I notice she tends to run on sentence a lot. Yeah, that's why it's so popular. You see yourself in the world. Yeah, it's a lot easier. It was a lot easier for people to ground themselves in. And the rest of it was just kind of like window dressing to be nice and pretty to look at. And people would be like, oh, that's cool. It feels more like a theme park where instead of questioning the logistics of how something would be there historically, they're just like, oh, that's a cool thing, and then they keep going. Like, consider Ollivander being, you know, a wand maker since, like, 50 BC. Like, his family has been doing this shit for literally 2,000 or more years, and his shop has been there pretty much since, I don't know, I don't remember when the shop itself was made, but I do know the Ollivanders have been doing their wand making. And the reason they're the best is because they use, like, the best 3 cores, which I believe is Dragon Heartstring, Unicorn Hair, and Phoenix Feather. But he's the only wand maker in the book, which I get there are other wand makers, but they are not seen. You don't see, like you never get a story about a rival wand maker trying to fuck with Ollivander. That would have been a cool little side story. And it would have spoken a bit more about the economy of the world, because of course, if there's demand, there's supply. Ollivander seems like he has like a stranglehold, and that's one of the few things that bothers me about the world, is just like there's just one thing for a thing, and that's it. And it's like, oh, come on now, there's got to be a bit more. There's more, but that's just an example. Wait. Stream Elements, are you okay? I don't think he's okay. You can't see it on the actual chat box. It's like, hey, you just yawned twice. Did I? I'm pretty sure I've been talking the whole time. Okay, well now I'm yawning because I thought about it. Stream Elements, he's kind of fucky right now. Someone help him. Excuse me. I know what it is. It's because I did it earlier. I put in yawn twice, and I think it fucked with it. Because, okay, it already said, hey, you yawned. I'm like, cool. And then I entered it a second time, but it didn't register. And I'm like, fuck. And then I hit it a third time, and then it registered as 390. And now he's repeating himself. Stream Elements, please. Buddy. Oh, hi, Lindo. But, yeah, another thing that bothered me is that the book has a lot of Christian ideology. And the characters, the ones in the wizarding world, worship pretty much Jesus because they have all of the Christian holidays in their stuff. And it's like, what? Okay, hold on. Let's back up a bit. The main reason we're hiding from non-magical people is because the modern day reasons are different than normal now reasons, but it's safe to assume that, you know, the 1500s were very cruel to pagans back in the day, where they were burned at the stake and lynched. So, why the fuck would people who do magic take on the religion of their persecutors. That was also what bugged me a little bit. So I said, why am I working with that? I'm gonna revamp everything. I've been thinking about my own magical world for a while anyway, because at some point I was thinking of doing like a D&D campaign with it. But the world needs to exist first. And originally it was going to be closer to HP, but I've since started pulling away from that and coming up with my own stuff. If they celebrate Christmas and stuff, would that mean Jesus could have been the first public wizard or witch or the first ever wizard? Well, yes, and that's what I'm also going to work with. But that means they wouldn't consider Jesus a religious, godlike, deific figure. They would probably just consider him one of their own that was killed by the Romans, who considered him a problem. They wouldn't see him as a Christ-like figure. Because, fun fact, there are depictions of Jesus holding a wand. There's actual, I can't remember how old they are, but they're really old pictures and carvings of Jesus. He's got, like, short hair, he's got no beard, because that was what, that's kind of what, the ancient people back then looked like more. They had shorter hair. In fact, I think it's in the Torah, Jewish men are told that they cannot have long hair. They have to be cut. So, him having short hair would make sense. And he's holding a wand, like he's pointing it to wherever he's going. I know it's used specifically in a depiction of him resurrecting Lazarus, so he could have been considered. I mean, but no, she would have never fucking done that, because JKR herself, I'm just gonna call her JK because it's shorter, JK herself was Christian, so she wouldn't have lowered her deity, so to speak, onto a more human level, which I have no qualms with, because I'm not. I do not consider, y'all know I ain't Christian, I do not consider Jesus as a Christ-like deific figure. If he did exist, personally I just think he was a guy. But the depictions of him are really fucking cool. Because he was clearly called a magician. He was actually seen, and, what's the term? Are they really wizard? They need a wand to cast magic. That sounds pretty weak if you ask me. About the first Mage of Fate, I think it was King Solomon. Yes, King Solomon, was known for his great magical potential, which I'm getting into King Solomon too, because he's so fucking cool. I've loved King Solomon and the Goetia demons for literal years. I have like 10 Goetia demon OCs. Help. Actually help me. Oh boy. But, yeah, King Solomon would also be a really powerful magician. Because he's known as summoning the 72 spirits. Supposedly he had several wives that actually taught him this magic, and then he just did it. He's like, hey, I'm gonna come up with summoning circles. Isn't this cool? But yeah, about 1,000 years later, and then after Jesus, oh god, my brain forgot where it was going. I don't think he would have been the first wizard, so he was the most powerful. There have been magical people who can cast magic since people existed. Because there's been shamans for literal 5,000, 6,000 years. In fact, if you look at the ancient Egyptians, they actually have paper and carvings that we found of them casting spells. They wrote down incantations and cast spells. But back then, magic was just considered part of the job as a priest. Priests and priestesses were just magic casters. Because back then, that's all their religion was. Fate has no such weakness, I see. So, yeah, people clearly didn't always use wands. Wands are more like a catalyst. Um, we're gonna be using Wicca, actually, uh, instead of just floppily throwing Christianity in there. I'm actually going to center point all the stuff that I've learned when I was a practicing Wiccan. Because, like I said, I was once Wiccan. I don't adhere as much to the belief system anymore. I still like witchcraft, it's cool. Um, and I still study it, although I don't actively practice it anymore. The wands are just a tool in the end. Yes, thank you, Frost. It is just a tool. But the fun thing is, wands aren't the only tool. You have multiple tools. You have things like the athame. Some people call it the athame, but I was raised as in, you know, it was the first term I heard it. The athame, which is a dull ceremonial knife. You use it to cut energy. I know what I'm gonna do with that. You also had the boline, which is another knife, but it's more crescent shaped and it's very sharp. You use it to cut your supplies, whether it be carving runes into candles or chopping up your herbs or your paper, whatever. Yeah, so many tools out there. Yeah, there's also the chalice. You have an altar that you fill your shit in. There's the pentacle. You need so many catalysts for different stuff depending on the ritual you're doing. Now, while that doesn't make for a very fun, fast-paced fighting scene, we can still take aspects from it to make the world a little nicer. So, I have an itch. I'm okay. So, the first thing we're gonna do is figure out how these people get their magical abilities, how it coincides with the real world, because that's the point of making an urban fantasy. I remembered there was stuff before King Solomon, because fake Gilgamesh was able to cast magic. Gilgamesh in the real world, I guess, he couldn't cast magic, but he was considered a deific figure because he was, as he called it, 2/3 divine, because his mother was a goddess. He was a demigod. And he called himself 2/3 divine because humans are actually considered to be part god anyway. We're like semi-demigods. We're like baby kind of gods. Because we all, in Sumerian at least, we all have the blood of the gods in us, if that makes sense. So he called himself 2/3 god. So he was kind of considered, not magic, but he was special, if that makes sense. I do know he tried to look for like I think it was a plant. It was a flower or a plant or an herb or something that would give him immortality, but he never got it. Obviously, because he's not still alive. Sorceress Queen Nitocris, a fate again. Also Hecate. Hecate is an ancient Greek goddess of magic and mystery.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there. Hi. Hello, love. Welcome in. Love D, specifically. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Please find a seat and enjoy your stay. We're talking about magical worlds. Because we're going to be designing our own. So I'm going over, I guess, the history of magic? I say history with very, very big air quotes because there's not really much of history so much as there's just ancient writings and I guess references that we don't really have anymore because it's so old. I forgot what I wanted to say. Me too, Sarax. That is me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna make our own. So I've been thinking a lot, like I said, about Wicca and what I've learned. Okay, we're gonna hop on over to my art tablet here in a second. So let me boot up Let me boot up the driver. And I checked this morning. I made sure that the tablet works. I made sure. Let's see if it still works. I just want to make sure. Okay, we're good. Staring at it expectantly. I expect that shit to blow up, I'm sorry. Become tablet-sized. Yes, we're all going to go to the tablet. I'm gonna go open Fate's wiki. Ah! That's what you meant. Oh, I'm gonna fight you. We're gonna fight. Gel, you and me. Put up my little hands. I'm ready. My tiny dukes are ready to fight you. Alright. I got on my stepping stool. Whatever. Alrighty. Let me grab my let me go over to my, what is it called? What is this? My podium? I guess it's a podium. Going over to my podium. Me. Me. Ah! Okay, there we go. I just chuck you across the room. Rude. You bully. Alright. Here we are. Hi, Bate. How are you doing? I will get you to talk one day. Your secrets will open. I swear to God. Alright. Alright, let's open a new canvas. And we're gonna start designing. Ow. Whoa. Okay. There we go. I hit my hand. I'm an idiot. Open the magic to Fate about being an urban fantasy. I will try to build stuff from what I saw in the anime. Also, the heart redeems, no, not redeems, the heart bits are still there. I'm gonna keep them on for the rest of the week. I think that'd be fun. Just as a kinda, yay! Holiday! Okay, so the first thing we're gonna work on here... First thing we're gonna work on is the world itself. I know I'm gonna do something similar where it is a secret magic world mingling with the real world. However, I want them a lot more separate. I don't know if it'll be fast enough or we'll be able to do stuff without specification. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna make... Here we go. This is the title, the official title of my world. Okay, let's write a bit better. I'm gonna do this with this. Don't worry. I'm gonna just do this. There we go. This is the official title for my own magical world. Desmond's own wizarding world with blackjack and hookers. There we go. Official. Bruh. I thought you were gonna write not Desmond with these nuts for some reason. These nuts. Anyway, yes, this is the official title, by the way. No stealing. Anyway. it will also be an urban fantasy. So this thing is going to be an urban fantasy. I'm also going to be taking inspiration. Have a good look, Kimby. I'm also going to be taking honkers. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be taking a bit of inspiration from the Earthsea series as well as Neil Gaiman, because Neil Gaiman is cool. Tablet, please. Behave. There we go. So this thing is going to be an urban fantasy. What is an urban fantasy, you might ask? An urban fantasy is when the regular world, usually modern, clashes with another type of world. So, modern world with usually secret second world. And fictional creatures.
Hello there.
Hello there! I will look at your name in just a moment. I'm writing on my registry. Reusable. I'm not reading the whole thing. Welcome in, Reuse. I'm gonna call you that instead. Welcome in. Please find a seat and enjoy your stay in this lovely bat cafe. There we go. Okay, so urban fantasies. They're a modern world with usually secret second worlds with creatures that we consider to be fictional. That means Twilight, the book written by the very interesting Stephanie Meyer, is considered an urban fantasy. It's a world... Talk about a username, yeah. It's in the modern day world, but it has a secondary world with fictional scenarios, basically. It has vampires, werewolves, presumably other creatures. Fate by Nasu is an urban fantasy. But usually urban fantasy is more about the worlds being separate and the supernatural one being secret. Like, for instance, I technically have a urban fantasy already. It's in the form of a roleplay, though. It takes place in the modern day, and it's roughly in 2012, so it's not necessarily modern anymore. It's 10 years in the past, but a lot of the characters that I've made are werewolves and vampires, and I believe a couple of Wendigos. So there are a lot of supernatural beings that are running around. Oh, and there's also a Banshee. She's very lovely. I love her. But that is considered an urban fantasy, and they all live in a underground city where they can basically stay safe on twofold, because it keeps them away from most of humanity so that they don't have the chance to fuck with them, and it also keeps them safe from human hunters who have learned how to fight these guys. Does that mean Monster Inc. is an urban fantasy? Yes. Technically. Yes. I don't want it to be, but you're right. Ugh. Anyway, that's typically what an urban fantasy is. My childhood. My childhood. What do you mean? Anyway. Yeah, so we're gonna be making it an urban fantasy. Now, the magic system, if there's gonna be one, there's gonna be a magic system. Boop. Let me write that better. My handwriting is, it decided to go places when I got to this word system. There we go. So there is going to be a magic system. Have you ever heard of the song known as Seabat? I have not. Unless I'm supposed to pronounce the 4 letters C-B-A-T. No, I did not. ready to be sebated on then? CB. I can't read this. I'm sorry, I don't know what it means. I'm an old man. I think I'm getting a little stuffy because it keeps getting hot and cold. For those who have been here since day one, you've probably learned this. Nala, you've probably learned this about me, but have since forgotten because it's been a year. But when I first started streaming, and it was like in February, I was like this. All the time because I was super stuffy. Bad as Boomer. I am Boomer. I don't know what anything means. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. But I sounded kind of nasally and stuffy. I'm doing that now. I'm snuffy. It's seasonal stuffiness. Wait. It's a meme song where it goes doo doo doo. All I know I played on Toonami as a commercial ad. Oh, okay. I don't know meme songs. I don't know some memes. I know some, but not others. For me, it's a 50-50 on what meme I'm gonna relate to. Stream elements. Hibiko already lurked. Stop. Stop him. Oh, that's what the emotes are. Got it. Understood. Go the fuck to sleep. Go sleep, stream elements. Get some eepies. Alrighty. So, urban fantasy, magic system, and then the separate world. There we go. So, the thing with JK's world is that it is still very much intermingled with our world, specifically London. Because in order for a lot of witches and wizards to get to Hogwarts, they would have to take the train from platforms 9 3/4, which for those who have visited London or live near London or know about it, you know that there's a train station in London, and there are platforms 9 and platforms 10. You go between them and you get to 9 3/4. And I know it was just a fun little thing, because that's what the books were to begin with. They're just there to be fun. They're not there to tell a huge grandiose history about the world. But that's what bugs me. I get she was just out to write a silly storybook about a wizard kid. But at my core, I am a huge world builder. And it bothers me to no end when I can't see anything backing up the world that I'm in. I can't be as immersed, if that makes sense. Because I know everything that has to go into a world. Oh, you posted it in dank memes? Oh shit. I'm fucking scared. I'll go peek. Oh yeah, I have seen that. I just don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what it is. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, I'm gonna stop watching this. But yeah, I don't know what that is. What are they? Little wiggly aliens? Somehow makes even less sense with context. Yeah, I got the context and I still don't get it. I feel like your granddad leaning in over your phone, adjusting my glasses like, let me read your meme, child. Like, back in my day. Like, that's how I feel. Back in my day. Ooh, I needed a bit of water though. Ah, first. It was first. Alright. But yeah, her separate world was still very much intermingled with the real world. Hi, Kibwe. And while that's not a bad thing, and usually you'd probably want some people to keep an eye on, the non-magical individuals, it just felt a little too intermingled. It felt like they could get caught at any moment. And I know they touted around the whole, oh, they could, the muggles don't notice anything, do they? Wah wah. It still feels a little weird. Even though it is supposed to be just a funny tee-hee, uh, you know, kids can always fantasize about getting a letter to Hogwarts, even though both their parents are non-magical and their parents don't, question what the fuck is happening? But the thing is, I have theories on why they don't. And I will go over that in a moment. But I'm going to have the world a bit more separate. Mostly because my world is going to focus more on the realities of why they need that separation. So, danger or prosecution. I'm just gonna say reasons. Reasons to keep the fantasy world separate. So, in the HP narrative, the reason they keep their wizarding ways separate from the non-magical ways, and they don't want people to know they exist, is because, according to Hagrid in the first book, then non-magical people would start asking for stuff. And I think that's a little silly. And it did feel more like a adult answer to a kid, but at the same time, they probably should have explored a bit of that in the later books, because that's when people who were reading the book when they were 12 were now adults. And the reason they would want to keep that shit separate is because non-magical people are very dangerous. Humans are dangerous. And we kill for hardly any reason, especially back then. It's terrible, but it has happened. I've already mentioned the fact that pagans and people who weren't adhering to Christianity were dealt with severely. Now, we don't exactly know if these people were actually practicing witches and pagans. It just says that they're a witch, so we're burning them. Like, we didn't know what the context is specifically, if they really were witches, like if they were pagans. Surely some of them were, but for the most part, we don't know. Because it was only written by the people who was doing the persecuting. And this was all happening in the 1500s. It was happening in England and Europe, as well as in America. America actually had a situation in Salem, specifically. I'm sure we all know what happened. There was trials. There was a lot of bad blood between people. And some people say that it was because, they were hallucinating on LSD bread. That's possible, but it's not confirmed. We don't know. It feels more like the Puritans of the day became very overly zealous. Because after a few years, after they had their version of the satanic panic, after a few years, it started calming down. And people who were still, snitching, quote-unquote, on witches, quote-unquote, were like, oh yeah, it's whatever. They stopped giving as much of a fuck as they did a few years ago. Because they realized they were being a little nutso. Was that because their head was clearing? Who fucking knows? But we don't know exactly what caused it. but it was definitely because of some moral panic that they started having. And that is a good fucking reason in an urban fantasy setting with witches and wizards to not come out because you're getting killed. Not because, oh, the muggles want to ask for free healthcare. It's like, no. First of all, you're sounding privileged. And also, kids can handle on some level, oh, well, bad things happened back then, so we had to hide ourselves so we wouldn't get hurt. No, the reason was, oh, it's because it would be an inconvenience to us. It was a weak reason, but magi are pretty separated, and it's very hard to find out about magic because mages don't want people to become mages, because the more mages, the less individual power mages have. Danger from the Holy Church, which sometimes works with the Clock Tower, a name of the Magus organization. Guess where it is? It's in a field of daisies, right? It it couldn't be in a clock tower. I'm teasing you. But, yeah, so we're gonna be focusing on that as well. Because you can have a lighthearted, funny, tee-hee wizard story and also still have dark themes. Hell, it had people dropping like flies by the end of it. It's in fucking London! That's how I read it. It's in fucking London! Alright, I need to write down what I want from my magic system. The magic system... Spells can be cast. I'm just gonna put that for now. We're gonna base it off of Wicca, however. There we go. Now, I'm going to specify this before I work on it anymore. Wicca is not the old quote-unquote pagan religion.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there. Oh, Furby Vessel. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Please take a seat and enjoy your stay. Also, today we're world building, by the way, for those who have come in and oh, y'all's names, man. The Furby Vessel. Anyway, for those just coming in, as you can see up top, we're gonna be working on our own Wizarding World with blackjack and hookers because it's World Building Wednesdays. We do this every Wednesday. What the fuck? My name's Normal. I believe you. Anyway. It's not the worst one I've seen today. It's actually pretty cute compared to some stuff I've seen today. Anyway. But yeah, Wicca, let's go back to that real quick. Wicca is not, I'll preface this, is not the religion / practice that people did in the 1500s. Wicca is not the reason people got burned. Wicca is a religion that started cropping up, I want to say around the 1960s? 50s, 60s? By a man named Gerald Gardner. Gerald Gardner founded Wicca. However, Wicca has its roots in a lot of older pagan traditions, such as the Norse and Celtic holidays. The 8 Sabbats are just their holidays. Like, for instance, the Norse Yule is Wiccan Yule. I'm sure you've heard the word Yuletide from the, Yuletide carols and all that. Yuletide joy, whenever Christmas is a thing. That comes from the word Yule, or Yule, which is what Wicca uses. Wicca also has, like I said, it's just 8 main traditions. So, instead of Christmas, they should be celebrating Yule. Basically. But, that means I'm able to take these pagan roots, since that's what Wicca is. If we're talking about the 21st century, there are only 48 Magus families. Oh, jeez. Woo, Celtic, yeah, Celtic! Norse, Celtic, Pictish, all of them Scandinavian religions, all of the older pagan religions, they all kind of add a little bit of a sprinkling of flavor into what Wicca is. Well, Wicca was then and what Wicca is now. I do know a lot of people have started grabbing back the Grecian pantheon as well. The Hindu pantheon. They've been grabbing pretty much any pantheon that existed, they're using it now. There are Wiccans who do that. Because Wicca is about, once again, like I said, casting spells, but it's about invoking the name of the god for said spell. For instance, let's say you're a Greek god worshipper as a Wicca, and you want to cast a love spell. You're going to invoke the name of Aphrodite, obviously. So, that's the basis of Wicca. However, I'm not going to be doing as much of that as normal. That would be appropriation, and I'm not doing that. Oh! Steam elements! Stop it! Herbie Vessel already followed! They're already here! Blows on a wall with grenade launcher. Sits down, waits a second, fixes holes, sits down again. Hi, Amy. Welcome in. Would you like the usual? What? I should probably get your guys' orders. What do you drink? I sell tea. There's a fight going on in the background of my music. Let me fix that. Let me, by fix that, I mean turn it down. There we go. Just turn the dial just a little. Thank you, Stream Elements. Love you. Stream Elements. Yeah, Stream Elements is, he's getting too big for his britches is what he's doing. Are you a barista? I'm a butler! I'm a butler! This is a cafe. This is my cafe. This is my latte, my latte bat boy here. I'm not a barista, Amy. Don't lie. But no, I'm a butler, a bat butler. And I serve you all tea and coffee and desserts. Desserts baked. What? Yeah. I'm also bullied relentlessly. My internet died again. I am so sorry, Sarex. I hope it gets fixed soon. Isn't that just a glorified barista? No. I had years of academy training. Years of academy training wasted. I just got called a barista. Throws down everything, leaves. I see how it is. Since you guys want me to be a barista so bad, I guess I'll go. Do you guys miss me yet? Anyway. What was I doing? Right, we're talking about Wicca, but we'll see how much of it we need inspiration from in a bit. You didn't come back in a barista outfit. If I had a barista outfit, I would have 100% come back in a barista outfit. Booster seat. I did. I just kind of Nah, my booster seat, it's strapped to me on my hips. You want a barista outfit? Uh-oh. Yeah, I was in small mode. That's not what I normally look like. This is what I look like. Granted, this is my maid outfit. Here, you want to see my maid outfit? Here I am. Tappy, 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 tappy. What if I just do the presentation from here? What if I just stand here and I'm like, yes. Yeah. World building. No, I just thought of something awful. What barista you seen? I know where you are. I know what you are. I know what you are. I just thought of something awful. Where are these maid baristas? Where are they? Where'd they go? Where'd they come from? Alright, let me get back to my seat so I can write. Is it that her bunny outfit? Yeah. Oh. Take a look at this. Hi, Lyndon. No, I thought of something fucking terrible when I was standing there. I realized I looked like... I'm gonna be dating myself here, but, you know those ads that pop up on your screen? Where sometimes it had, like, a person? Thank you, Blippi, for the water. But you guys know those ads where there's, like, they would pop up on your screen? And they'd be like, hi, click here to get so-and-so. I looked like a fucking ad person. I looked like I was a pop-up ad trying to sell you something. We're under attack! We're under attack with water. Thank you, Blip. I was thirsty. Nose. Nose it just. Alright, we're good. Now I want Desmond in one of those old terrible Ebony ads. No, no, I'm not doing ad work. 50.5k, ayo. I see. Anyway. I know what that means. Alright, so what else? What else did she do? Let's see. It was an urban fantasy. It has a magic system and a separate world. You're also a little quiet. Oh no, the music! The music is loud. Yeah, the music is a bit loud. I turned it down, but it seems like it needs a little bit more turning down. There we go. Let me know if that's good. Okay, talking word stuff, things. Music is playing in the background. Wah, wah, wah. Just play Lahi on loop. No! Perfect. Nice! I'm not playing Lahi. When Lahi comes on, then you can listen to Lahi. Until then, Lahi is not here. Lahi will be here at its own progression. Lilin. Iki. 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 Lahi and... Yeah, Lahi and... Iki. Gave the bat the hiccups. I don't know if you guys have seen that video, by the way, but it's really cute and I love it. No. Lahi? No. Do you know Lahi? Okay. Who knows? So... intermingled. Let's do this. Intermingled. And dual history. So the separate world shares... Separate world... hello? No, Lahi! You get the squeeze. Squats. Damn it. Fine. I guess I will do squats. Ugh! And also pop my back while I'm at it. But first let me move this down because it looked silly. There we go. Time to unsheath myself from my blankets and then cry because it's cold. It's like, what? It's like 40 degrees outside. It's cold. Oh, Cecil, buddy. I look on the bed and he's in his little bed, but it's like tilted. Oh, hold on. Can I adjust you? I'm going to adjust my cat very carefully. Now stay in the bed! I'm just trying to scoot you. No! You can go back in the bed, silly. There you go. See? See? You can stay in the bed. Alright. Let's do squats. Stretch my legs. Alright. Oh, 7, 8. I like how I'm hiding. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Oh, oh, my knees. My knees, my back. Alright, I went back in my blankie. My feet are cold too. There we go. Can't believe Cecil's getting tilted on stream. Yeah, he was tilted. Literally tilted. His bed was like leaning off of our bed. Because I do put his bed up there sometimes. Little ears peeking out. Yeah, my little ears. Yeah, the blanket. Me cold. Must wrap. My wingies are not enough for blankie. Need big blankie. There we go. Hi. Alright, you go play Pharaoh then. I can't help a lot from phone because it's hard to write for me. Have fun, guys. No Fate Lord. It's okay. And, you know, I was interested. I was reading it. Bat need big bear for warmth. Yeah. I need a big bear for warmth. I'm just gonna grab him. The moment he gets home, take his fur. Let's steal his fur. Teehee. I'm in his coat, you sickos. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, so intermingled and dual history. Separate world shares history with the regular world. So, shared world, separate world shares history with regular world, but splits off at a certain point. There we go. You can tell I'm a lefty because my sentences like to start leaning. There we go. So, intermingled and dual history. Separate worlds share history with the regular world, but forks at the separation point. Don't skin Leon! I think I'm gonna have to skin Leon. No, I would never do that to him. He's a good bear. I will steal his coat, though, and his worm. I pull him in. I curl up into his coat like a little bat. I use his coat like a tiny cave. I just sit there inside, keeping myself warm and hanging upside down by the collar. He opens it and it's just me, smiling like a gremlin. Anyway, so yeah, I think I've got the main pillars that I want to focus on. It's going to be an urban fantasy, taking place in a modern day world. Hey, buddy. Wanna buy a bat? Open coat. Alright, so yeah, urban fantasy, magic system, the world is separate from each other, but they do share a history. Anything else I'm forgetting? Not that I can think of. So we're gonna work with what we got here. A boopus. There we go. So, I'm gonna be the first one to say it. Wicca has a very strange curriculum. And by curriculum, I mean, there's not a general school to learn all this stuff. In order to learn Wiccan doctrine, you have to join a coven, usually. You can do it by yourself if you want, but usually you want to join a coven to learn that stuff. So I'm going to focus my stuff on that. Coven families. I'm going to be the first one to say it. Yawns. So true, so true. He's just like me, for real, for real. Okay, so covens. We're gonna start pulling up a bunch of buzzwords that resonates me with Wicca, and then we're gonna start handling it and working with it to understand how we're gonna do this. I'm also going to be figuring out the separation point between my separate worlds. And I'm thinking the 1500s. That's probably going to be a good thing. A good spot to do it, because another thing that bothered me with JK's writing is that if you were a magical person, it's because you had magical lineage. And while sure that works on paper, it also has a lot of room for eugenics. And I mean a lot of room for eugenics, because not only does it encourage eugenics, but it also makes eugenics correct. Because, hear me out. In the books, we all know as a bunch of characters as Muggle-born. Exactly. Magical lineage, or you're canonically built wrong. So, in the books, Muggle-born are not regular humans that happen to be magical. They still have magical lineage. There's a reason parents and grandparents of these Muggle-born kids... I didn't read, we're making a good wizard roll, let's go. Yeah, it's my own wizarding world. This is my official title, by the way, Furby. My official title for my my world, my stuff. It's called Desmond's Own Wizarding World with Blackjack and Hookers. I'm not taking criticisms. I'm not taking critique for the name. But, hi, Nebby. Hi, Dancer. How you doing? But, yeah, no critique needed. Thank you. So, I'm gonna be looking at the points that bug me and what I would like to fix or not incorporate in my own world, specifically. So, this is JK's box. And this is my box. There we go. So for her, eugenics are real. And the reason I say that, like I said, we know about Muggle-borns. Hermione was a Muggle-born witch. She was born of 2 Muggle parents, but she was still able to cast magic. Well, then does that mean humans can just randomly have magical powers? Nope. In the book, it explicitly states that there are non-magical people born to magical families. They are called squibs. In fact, Mr. Filch, the cat-owning janitor of the school, is a squib. He cannot cast magic. They are considered duds of the magical world, and they are sent to the Muggle world to live there. These guys intermingle with Muggles. They still have that magical gene in their bodies. They are the reason magical Muggle-born kids are born, because their magical genes skipped their generation, but went to another one, a future one. So Hermione probably had a grandparent who was a squib. There's a reason a lot of grandparents, like I said, parents and grandparents still know about it whenever their kid becomes Muggle-born, whenever they're born with magical powers. Because they've either been talked to by other witches and wizards, or they've probably heard great-grandpappy talking about their family who could possibly cast magic. My only request is that the bank Gringotts aren't stereotypes again. What? I am not doing that at all. That's absolutely stupid. I am not making a central bank, first off. Central banks are kind of useless. Also, it's a fiat currency, and we don't need it. Anyway. But yeah, according to her, eugenics are real. Communist wizard school. We'll get to that in a moment, but yeah, in her stuff, literally, it's the only reason Hermione is Muggle-born to begin with is because she probably has lineage, and it begs the question: would any Muggle be able to become magic or have a magical kid if they did not have squibs in their community? Probably not. No one would ever do it. It wouldn't happen. So it's real fucking bad, dude. It's kind of awkward. Anyway, for mine, however, anyone can learn the magic, but the magic is more difficult to learn. And also, okay, here, let's do this. Anyone can do it. Anyone can learn. There we go. Anyone can learn it. However, not everyone is good at it. Not everyone can learn it because their brain is smart. Like, for instance, anyone can learn math, but I'm absolute dog shit at math. I know about math and I know a little bit, but I'm absolute dog shit at it. You see, it's kind of like that. It's like some people can do it, some people just can't because they just can't handle it with their brains. They start hearing numbers, magic numbers, I guess, quote unquote, and their brain just fries, like mine with math. Math easy, but I'm hot, so why would I bother? I'm too hot for math. Imagine if Harry was a squib, but is still chosen one, so he had to find a way to cope in this magic world. Yeah. Guns. That's just Harry Potter and the Glock is loaded. Lahi! There it is. You guys are happy for Lahi? Lahi! Anyway. No! Put the gun down. Why did guns not exist? It's so confusing to me. Lahi! I don't know. Gunpowder and knives stab someone. Yeah, like, I mean, Bellatrix did. Anyway. Ugh. Anyway, anyone can learn. However, the magic is going to be a lot more difficult to learn, other than just say a fancy word and flick your wrist. It's gonna be a lot more difficult. Also, covens are going to have a stranglehold on it. I want there to be covens. So the way Wicca works, it's the UK strict gun laws. That's true. Knives, it's fine. Knife fight. Whoa. Hi, Mad Boy. What's up? There's so many guns here, though. Yeah, I think Amy is also in the UK. Anyone else see that? See what? What happened? Stranger Bee should have guns, though. Yeah, you're right. Americans had guns. We got guns for days. What happened, medic? I'm confused and scared. Am I shit breaking? I hope not. Your model freaked out for a second? Oh, that sucks. Oh well. I think I probably fucked with myself. Because whenever I lift my hand, sometimes it won't fully track myself. So, who knows. Could have been that. I grew up in a farm area, so there were more guns than people for me. Welcome to all of America. There's actually 3 guns per person in our country. It's fucking awful. Anyway. Alright, next on the docket. Christianity is a big thing in the wizarding world. I say big thing. Why boomer bat? Because I am a boomer bat. Only 3? Pathetic. Everyone and their mom's packing around here. The hot fuzz. Yeah, pretty much. So, in the Wizarding world, Christianity is still very prominent. It's still worshipped. Because they believe in Christmas. They do Easter stuff. They have holidays that is associated with Christmas. And well, on one hand, I get it. JK was a Christian. She was a Christian woman. But at the same time, no. Why the fuck would they worship a Muggle religion and God? Unless they're just that integrated with society. Magic holidays can be very cooler. Yes! Exactly. We're not working with that. We're going to be working with Neo-Wiccan as well as Nordic inspired. We are tossing out... We're tossing Christmas. Christmas is cancelled. Long live Yule. Long live the Holly King, god damn it. Yeah, we're gonna focus on Wiccan and Nordic and Celtic inspired holidays. True, but that's because we don't have Walmart. You know what? That's fair. The bat has canceled Christmas. I'm canceling Christmas! Cancelled. Christmas is cancelled. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to be working on Wiccan and Nordic inspired holidays. Because it would make the most sense. If I was being persecuted by a Christian, why the fuck would I want to be a Christian? Unless I was doing it out of literal survival of myself. But these guys have been separated for over 500 years. They're not going to... They ran away. Okay, let's take Christianity itself, for instance. The Puritans actually kind of revoked the Catholic belief system and called themselves Puritans when they came to America because they were sick of Catholicism. Catholicism was starting to have infighting because Christians started separating from it and becoming like a bunch of different other like sects, like segregations. What are they called? Denominations. That's what they are. That's how we got Lutheran. That's how we got a Baptist and Presbyterian and Pentecostal. We started splitting ourselves up a lot. Why is my bat cam not working? It's supposed to just be bat. It's not working. What the fuck? Let me go peek in on that. Where's my bats? Give me my bats. It's there. It's just being a dick. Yeah, Stream Elements is broken, I think. It's not Batcam. Maybe I should call it Batcam. Batcam's pretty cool. I'm gonna call it Batcams. Only bats? No. It's because the Christmas imagery is very pretty with magic. Yes, but you can get the same thing from Yule. No, Manic, you put that down. Damn it, it didn't work. I tried to, like, redo the command and make a different one, but it didn't work. Why is my commands not working? Bat-hub. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Stream Elements is now broke, but that's okay. We don't need him. Oh no. Oh no, I just realized we're spamming all of this. What if Stream Elements is just lagging and it's gonna say all this shit in 5 minutes? Anyway. Only time will tell. Alrighty. Anarchy! Yep, there it goes. Stream Elements. You're a little late to the party there, bud. But look at my bat cams. I love them. The babies. Yeah, I found a website called Bat World, and it lets you look at bats live. They're so cute. So if you want to go see some bats sleeping, they're eeping right now. But if you want to go see some batty baddies, You can go to the website and see some cuties. Can you reset stream elements or something? I have no idea. I don't know how to reset stream elements. Because it's a website, but it's not anything that's running on my end. Yeah, there's nothing I can do on my end, sadly. That's okay, though. Oh no! Oh no! That's what we get for spamming it, I guess. Oh, right, and that's my world building thing. Boop! Hi, Sugar Skull. How you doing? We're looking at baddies. Anarchy! Yeah, Stream Elements is not having anything to do with me right now. Alright, so what else about the JK world that bugged me a bit? Oh yeah. The slavery. In Harry Potter, wait, are those real bats? Let's go. Yeah, they're babies. Those are babies. I love them. But it's a website that gives you a literal live stream of baby bats just eeping. Little boys and girls just hanging out. Literally hanging out. I actually saw one fall on accident. He lost his footing, but he's okay. Bats actually spend a lot more time falling than people realize. Sometimes we just don't have a good grip, and we just kind of fall over. It happens. We're okay. We're small enough to take the landing. But yeah, in Harry Potter, there are a lot of magical races of like creatures that are in different folklore. House elves being inspired, and they are casually slaves, and not just regular slaves. They like being slaves. It's really weird. Why are they so bad at being bats? Oh my god. And we're pretty good at being bats sometimes. I say as though I'm in that cage hanging out with them. I am not in the roost, I promise. But yeah, the house elves are slaves things, and wants to be really bothered me. Like, because you can equate that a lot with our version of slavery history and the propaganda that was written about those who had been recently freed. I'm kink shaming the house elves. Yes, please, do it. But this is never in the movies, but in the books there's a character, I think her name is... Oh no. I don't remember her name specifically. Winky, I think? I think her name was Winky. She is noted as... She's a house elf to... what's his face? Homeboy. He dies in the 4th movie. Not Cedric, the other one. Crouch. She's Crouch's... the old man. She's the Crouch family's house elf. And she actually gets freed. She gets released. Stream elements, stop it! But, she actually gets released from her services, and she's a mess. She's a mess throughout the next few books, to the point where she's drinking her sorrows away. And there was actually propaganda back then about African people who had just gotten out of slavery that they liked being slaves, and if you didn't keep them in line and keep them slaves, then oh, you were a bad white person, and you basically drove them into depression and drinking. That's all they were gonna do if you weren't there to tell them how to live. It was really bad, really bad propaganda. And that's kind of what it reminded me of when I really started looking at it. Stream Elements, stop! I will turn you off. Here, you know what? Get out of here. You stop that. Get out of here. You're only allowed twice. That's it. Did I tell you about the bat that was sleeping in the roof of my Spanish class at school? And had fallen into the classroom and everyone panicked and ran out except me and one other person. It was so scared. Oh, the little baby! Did you guys get him out? That poor baby. Stream Elements is having a time. But, yeah, it was bad. Anyway, but there is an alternative. You could have used any other motherfucker. So there are a lot of fae. There are a lot of fae and there are a lot of she. She as in the fair folk, not she, her. S-I-D-H-E, I think is how you spell it. There's a lot of different creatures that you could have taken from, and you could have done a lot better a job. For instance, I heard people saying house elves seemed somewhat like brownies. They could have literally just used enchanted objects. They could have used enchanted objects! Hear me out. Molly Weasley had an enchanted brush in the movie that was fucking washing their dishes. Why the fuck do you need a house elf if you have magic? I'm assuming it was to show like your prestige or whatever, but still, that's I get it. Slavery's gonna happen. That's just what happens in human history. But to have them be happy and fulfilled in their work, that's kind of fucked. So I'm gonna look into that, and I'm thinking of doing something different. For those who do need the extra help, didn't she have the whole house cleaning itself in the PS2 games? I don't know, I never played the PS2 games. But there is such a thing as creating your own little, like, will-o-wisps, essentially. In Wicca, you can create your own... You can put out your own energy, I guess, and let it act as a secondary piece of yourself to do stuff in your name. But here, I'm thinking people could do that to either objects, like what if they make dolls? Like, you know how we have cyborgs? Maybe they made, like, little dolls. Not quite voodoo dolls, that's a little awkward. But what if they created constructs, magical constructs that worked for them? But the thing is, what would be really cool is that we could have a fucking Detroit become human situation where it's like, sometimes the dolls seem really aware and alive. And some have even tried to get their freedom from their owners. That would be fun. Because we're not just focusing on a race of beings that want to just be happy slaves, even though they're a literal natural creature of the world. In this case, it's something they've made, and the thing they've made wants to think beyond the task it's been made for. That would be fun. I want to do that. So we're gonna have construct servants. Because there's always going to be servitude, sadly. There's always going to be some sort of servitude like that. Especially from older, old money people. You're always going to have people having some sort of servants. Because it is a prestige thing. Even if you had magic to do literally anything you wanted, you'd still do it because of the prestige. So, construct servants gaining awareness. That's something I've wanted to explore. There we go. And these constructs are going to be magically made, probably made by, you know, like, let's say you're a prestigious coven family, and your great-great-grandmother created this construct, and it had a similar personality to her. Oh my god, Megan come through! Mithrigan, yeah, it's Mithrigan. That's how you pronounce it, by the way? No, it's not. I haven't even actually seen the movie. I know about it. It sounds really cool, but... Anyway. House elves be like, and Mr. V6, look at me! The Mr. V6 aren't even that bad either. They're also just constructs that are created for the sole purpose of helping someone. I've heard it's good. Yeah, me too. I've heard it's good. But I'd have to watch it for myself. Because I ain't gonna lie, Chief. The horror genre in the movie market's kind of been dropping. The quality has been kind of bad of recent years. But I hear there's been a resurgence of really good horror movies. So hopefully there's a renaissance picking up. Alright, what else? Let's talk about the goblin situation here. Oh, stretchy. Thank you, Furby. And thank you for the water. Oh, my fingers. I popped my fingers. That fucking hurt. Anyway, let's get some sippy. Ah, thank you. Alright, but yeah, the goblin situation. For those who don't know the goblin situation, we talked about this last week before the game came out because I wanted to discuss how I felt about it. And the goblins are portrayed quite strangely. And whether intentional or not, they were also kind of anti-Semitic. Anyway. I get heckin' dunked on by healthy body movement. Hell yeah. Ugh. Stretchy, stretchy, stretchy. Meeksers are literally a joke that makes more sense than house elves. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I hate it, but you're right. Anyway, the goblin situation. There's not going to be a goblin situation at all in mine. I'm not going to have a bank ruled by fucking goblins. That's rude and dumb, and why the fuck did they put the Star of David in the middle of the bank in the movies? Anyway, let me get that out. But yes, no! There we go. No goblin. What the fuck even is a bank? There we go, I did it. The latest game lore made it worse, apparently. Yeah, I heard that, apparently goblins are, teaming up with the Death Eaters. And your job is to quell the rebellion, so basically, your job as a probably white-coated British wizard person, your job is to squish down a rebellion that is being toted by anti-Semitic depictions of Jewish people who have joined the Nazis. It's... Anyway, no goblin situation at all. There is no bank ran by goblins at all. Why the fuck? Team up with Serona, yeah. Anyway. No goblins. No, that's dumb. I'm not doing that. If they want a bank, then just be ran by people. Anyway. I'm tired. We're not going to be doing that. We're going to be treating creatures like goblins, madcaps, redcaps, not house elves, what are they called? Brownies, banshees, sanshees, all of the different fae creatures. They're going to be given their own special attention to, and they're going to have their own cultures. No. So, magical creatures are just kind of there. They're just kind of there. However, in mine, we're going to have cultures. We're going to craft cultures for each one. And they're going to be called the Fae Folk. Fae Folk is going to be a general term for them. That's the wrong side. No, it's the right side. British people trying to crush a rebellion that they should have just let run its course. Oh, are we still talking about HP? Ow. Ow, Gil. Oof. 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 Aw, Amy. It's okay, come here, pet. Love that for me. No, you're okay. I promise. Here, you get a pet too. But yeah, the cultures will all be attended to and looked at. Because I like cultures. I really like looking at culture. For those who are newer here, I know Furby, you're new, but for those who are newer and watching, like I though, now Desmond create their own magic world. Yeah. I see him. I'm making it. But for those who are new here, you haven't seen me in my element when creating stuff. I absolutely love I love worlds. I love cultures. I love languages. I love coming up with languages. And clothing. And, think of the pet, buddy. I just love working on culture. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun doing this. I wasn't talking about the American Revolution, I was talking about the 80 million different ones in India. Yeah. I think of the tea! Hey, Amy, do you know how Americans take their tea? Thrown into the Boston Harbor. Anyway. I laugh, but I love tea. Alright. So... I'm gonna do this. Magical objects and artifacts are window dressing. We know this is supposed to be window dressing. Just, it says window, but it's window dressing. The tea seems a little salty. You don't drink tea! Are you even British? I tease. But, yeah, magical objects and artifacts feel more like window dressing rather than, I don't know, a part of the world. They just feel like that book's version of the MacGuffin. Like, in the 5th one, I believe, in the 5th book, there's, a bunch of shit that's linked to the prophecy of Harry Potter. And weirdly, the prophecy also matches with Neville Longbottom. Anyway. The prophecy is, in the movies at least, you can see it's in the form of this little orb. And it's just a MacGuffin for that book. It's never been talked about, it's just kind of there. It's in an orb, you don't know why. It's never really touched upon. It's just window dressing. And instead of, like, at least giving us a bit of clues as to how it got there, we instead get spoon-fed 5 pages of monologue explaining other shit that shouldn't probably need explaining by Dumbledore at the end of the book. He tends to do that. For those who have read and seen the movies recently, he kind of does that. He's the dude that comes in at the end and tells you why you're supposed to know and what you're supposed to know about how the magical world works. And it's awkward. The taxation without representation, like, and the only reason why the American Revolution happened was because Americans, as always, were being entitled little bitches, didn't want to pay. To be fair, we were being taxed out the ass. We were being taxed out the ass for just some tea, and we're like, no thank you. You can keep your tea. We don't want it. They didn't want to pay and not get a say in how the government was run. Yeah, that's also true. The Americans until the 1770s were basically a colony. They didn't get a say in anything. And so they went, fuck tea. Get your tea out of here. Yeah, no, well, to be fair, it depends on where you are. But yes, we are still getting taxed. And if I could, I would toss more tea into the harbor if it meant less taxes, but I don't know what kind of tea I have to throw into the harbor, if that makes sense. If my metaphor is ringing correctly here. Anyway, enough about American history. That was 300 years ago. We cool now. We cool, Britain. Yeah, we cool. God, the world is interesting. Interesting place. I think that's why I love technology. Because back then, you'd have been like, oh yeah, they were bitter enemies. And now I'm just like, British people are cool. I have at least 3 of them hanging out in my chat at a single time. What do you mean? Now tea sounds good. Help. I know, it does sound really good. It's cold too, so I could go warm up some tea. Put some salt. Salt? No, put a little sugar in it. The nice Earl Grey. Finally the bullying of my people can stop? No. No. I'll still make fun of your food. I'm sorry. I have a friend who actually had to be in the UK for a while because he's in the army. And he had to actually go over there and stay there for I don't know how long, like a fucking year or something. He came back and went, oh my god, I can taste stuff again. Like, apparently y'all don't really have spices or flavor compared to us. And it made him very sad. He missed it. Also, I don't know if this is a British thing or just a military thing, but he had to keep his house clean, even rooms he didn't occupy, and because they would peek in on him like every other week to make sure his shit was like pristine. He's like, bro, what are you, my mom? Leave me alone. It was awkward. Twinkers are disgusting. Try to defend that. I don't eat Twinkies. Not really. I'm not a pastry guy. I'll have one on occasion, but I can't handle pastries anymore. Also, Twinkies are just a sponge cake filled with cream. What do you have against Twinkies? Takes over an entire subcontinent for spices, doesn't use them. Yeah. It's so sad. Also, it's not a white person thing either, because I come from a family of people that cooked their shit. We spiced the fuck out of our food, and we fried that shit in a yummy. Sometimes I knew housewives that used bacon grease to cook stuff. Sometimes it was crazy. Then again, that's what happens when you're in the South. The South don't fuck around with food. And then I came over here, and now I'm eating Mexican spices. So I've always known a life of flavor in food. It's yummy. In fact, I spice it more sometimes. Fuck, now I'm hungry. I just ate. Why? I'm hungry now, though. I'm thinking of all the spices that I put on foods, like, And I'm not just talking about pepper and salt. I'm talking about... Oh. Thanks, Amy. I'm talking about, like, paprika and, ooh, the carne asada spices that we put on the meats. I'm hungry and thirsty. I'm a little thirsty. Thank you for the snacky and the sippy. I have snack. It's Cheez-Its. I have a little bag of Cheez-Its to nibble. Because I like Cheez-Its. Ugh. I like cheese-flavored snack. Cheez-Its, Cheetos. What's a Cheez-It? It's like a What's-It. No, wait. Those are Cheetos. It's a little square cracker baked from cheese. Me thirsty, so you thirsty. A who's it? A what's it? A what's it is a UK puff, like a puff cheese ball food. They're so fucking good. Hear me out. I would banish Cheetos to the world, to the underworld if I knew I could have what's it's. I didn't know if it was a cracker or a crisp. Yeah, it's a cracker. It's a little square cheesy cracker. And they're baked. And they're yummy. Mini cheddars? Oh, is that what they're called there? God, I want what's-its. We actually had a food exchange with a friend from Scotland a long time ago. And she sent us what's-its. I still dream about them. I still dream. Oh, she also sent us these really cute little pies. They were like, I guess they're sold during Christmas or holidays for you guys. And there's like these little pies in a little tin. And I think they have raisins in them and boysenberry or something. And they have like this gingery taste. What's-its are lighter than Cheetos. What's-its are so good, help. But yeah, they had like these little star patterns on top. And they were just these mini pies, and I ate the shit out of it. They were so good. I'll try some. They can rival the magic of this Cheetos and give me a bucket. Dude, they're so good. And the thing with what's-its, you know, with Cheetos, you could eat an entire bag and you still don't really feel super cheesed out yet. You're like, ooh, those were yummy. But, you know, what's-its, you eat 5 and you're like, oh my god, it's so cheesy, help. I'm dying. Like, you feel completely satisfied after, like, 5 of them. So you're like, oh, shit, I could pack these up and eat a couple more, like, later. I'm back. What did I miss? We're talking about food from the UK. I was joking about how none of it has flavor, but now I'm talking about how good their what's-its are. Are you drowning in cheese? Yes. Actually, I absolutely love cheese. I don't want to sound like a stereotypical white guy, but I love cheese. Ukrainian food is nice too. Sadly, I don't know a whole lot about food, like, like east of France, but I do like me some what's-its. Those were good. I still can't remember what the little pies were called. They were really good though. They were like hand-sized. They were small. They almost reminded me of Fig Newtons, but not really. They were tasty though. Alright, but yeah, magical objects and artifacts are window dressing. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna get rid of and artifacts, and I'm just gonna write window dressing. There we go. So, as far as magical objects go, in my world, I would have to think on it a little more. I hear Vietnamese food is good. Everyone take a bite of Sarah. Ukrainian food. Oof. Here we go. Yeah, sadly, as an American, you don't know what the authentic taste of a food is. Because it's been Americanized a bit here. Even the foods that are, quote-unquote authentic, at least where I'm from, at least where I am currently at, we don't have restaurants that have, like, pure authentic food. There is some sort of Americanization there. Sarah's looking like a snack. Oh no, Amy. Amy's gonna eat you, Sarax. Run. Can I cast magic with a 2x4 instead of a wand? I'm not reading that. Schlep. Splep. Splep. How do I say your name? I'm just gonna call you Tickle. Tickle's at the end of your name. That works. What happens when a wizard uses coke? Do they go into a magic coke-fueled frenzy? I don't know. Only weenies call me Tickle. I don't know how to say splech. Is it splech? That's what it looks like. Finally, someone else getting eaten other than me. Hey, Zam. Slurp. Grape. Grape soda. Splech. Yeah, that's... My German lessons have helped me pronounce that this day. Cowgirl has been seen eating a Borgor nobody is saying. True. Amy's a cannibal. You think she won't eat you? You've got another thing coming. Alright, so for here, magical objects are probably going to be guarded. Magical objects, culturally significant and guarded. Like, for instance, let's talk about the Sword of Gryffindor. Sword of Gryffindor is a pretty cool concept. It appears to those who are worthy. It's kind of got like a Arthur's sword situation going on. However, it kind of just disappears here and there willy-nilly. No one knows where it is or how it goes about. And you don't have like anybody who's on any sort of force to go look for it. It's just kind of like a literal Deus Ex Machina. It's kind of wonkus. I remember a person said I'm not an ideal person for... I'm not reading that because my stomach is nearly bottomless, so don't try me because I will try you. Oh no. The sounds of the syllables probably... Apparently German people can pronounce my name. Yeah, it's the syllables. That's because, usually when there's an SP in front of a name, they say it like a shp anyway. They just pronounce it as a sh. So Splech is definitely a German sounding. What artifacts? What artifacts? So, magical objects in my world is going to be closely guarded. They're also going to probably, if they do have a tendency to hop around, they're probably going to be tried to be kept locked down because people don't want that kind of shit out in the world. Blech, no, Vor, blech, it's awful. Vor is terrible. Blech. Vor is actually terrible. Do not precede me. Do not talk to me about that. I hate it. Amy, you put those eyes down. You put those eyes down right now, Missy. What? We're not... Anyway, we're moving away from that topic. Oh boy. So, in JK's world, like I said earlier, there is also a tendency to have one of a thing and nothing else. For instance, like I said, oh,
Who are you?
Pinguina, you are not new. But for those of you who are, welcome in. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And today, it is Wednesday, my dudes, so we are doing world building. Am I now? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? I think so. Don't gaslight me. But in my world, we're gonna have a booming fucking economy. I wanna see motherfuckers fighting to get their product out. Like, no, you don't need the Nimbus 3000. The Nimbus 3000, more like the Bimbus 3000, they're... Welcome to the Cult of Desmond. Thank you, Schleb. Thank you for welcoming the new people. I totally did not sleep till 3 p.m. Aw, period. Pet. You're okay, buddy. Good morning. But yeah, they're gonna have a booming economy. You're gonna have multiple stores trying to upsell themselves. Truly a fantasy world. Truly. Multiple competing... oh god. Let's do this here again. Here. Multiple competing shops. There we go. There's going to be multiple companies competing with each other. Cause they want your dollar. Their money is also going to be different. Also, oh no, hold up. Baby! Baby! You're cute. Didn't you see my redeem? Pinguina. So I'm gonna call this category, what the fuck were those currency conversions, my dude? So for those who don't know, her currency system is so fucking stupid. I know she probably just pulled out a bunch of fancy, funny little numbers because it was teehee funny. Haha, look how whimsical and quirky and different my world is, but it's so fucking dumb and unrealistic. They weren't just weird. It was like this 27 to a whatever. Hold on, let's go look it up. I can't remember exactly because it's that fucking confusing. Let's go look at the money system. It was fucking dumb. I know there was like a kernut, a galleon, a sickle, I think? Knuts, sickles, and galleons. So the way it works... One of them is bronze, one of them is silver, one of them is gold. That I don't have problems with. But... I'm gonna put it under this, too. If you have a bronze knut, the bronze knut, one goes into 17 sickles. 17 sickles. Why? Let's see. 17 sickles in a galleon. 29 nuts in a sickle. Yeah, it was... Oh god, here, we're gonna have to just do this. So, there were knuts, sickles, and galleons. There were 17 knuts, 17 sickles and a galleon, that's right. 17 sickles and a galleon. And 29 knuts made a sickle. Which means 493 make a galleon. So you have... I think the game simplified it. Yeah, because the game was smart. Was there a Schmeckeldorf? She was Schmeckeldorfing me about these fucking dumbass numbers. Anyway, so if you have 29 knuts, you get 1 sickle. If you have 17 sickles, you get 1 galleon. Okay, even if there was inflation involved for 2,000 years, how many galleons in a fleet? Okay, alright, Pink Queen. You get a point for that. It was very awkward. And clearly she just... the movies avoided mentioning it? True. Yeah, because it's fucking dumb. It's stupid. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be basically grabbing what I had for mine, and I'm also going to be basing it a bit off of Roman currency, just a little bit. And by that I mean I'm basing it off of the metals. So I have a currency system already in place for my D&D world, so I'm just going to rip that off. My D&D world has gold coins, silver coins, and brass coins. And the reason I say brass is because brass was the basically Roman equivalent of a penny. It's also cheaper than pure copper. Pure copper, it's kind of worthless. But with brass, it's a little better. And I know I did a bunch of conversions. I made sure I got it between its ounces. If I have enough ounces of a brass coin, it equates to 4 cents. If I have a certain amount of ounces of pure silver, it's $40, I believe. And then if I have a certain amount of ounces of pure gold, it's $400. Something like that. I can't remember. Was it $4 or $40? I think it was $4. Because I remember specifically figuring out how many ounces I needed for each coin. There's even a website I was on that helps me convert it. Because I wanted it to be 1 cent, the equation of 1 cent, $1, and then a $100 bill. Basically. Silver would be $1. A brass piece would be a penny. However, their stuff has not been inflated nearly as much as ours has. So the brass penny, quote unquote, would technically be $1. Without the inflation. So that's what I've been doing, basically. They don't have change, by the way. They don't have cents, they don't have dollars. They just use their pennies for dollars. So I'm gonna just do that. And technically, like I said, it's 0.04, $4, and then $400. I'm just gonna divide that by 4. But we know that's how much it costs for our money. But their economy is going to be different. So I'm going to also take my name from my D&D stuff because I feel like it. So, more consistent currency. The currency is going to be like this. I might add another coin at some point, but these are the 3 coins I'm going to be working with. We're going to have, oh no, what did I call them? Cubits, that's what it is. Cubit, crescent, and crowns. I have to go find that document now. I have a little notepad of some sort that tells me what the prices are. Let me go look at it. No, I don't want a new one. I'm gonna go find my old one. Dun, 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 ba-da, ba-da. Ba-da, dun, 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 ba-da, dun, 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 dun. Why do you pronounce the K in Knut? I don't know. I would do something like brass, bronze, and electrum. I thought about it, but like I said, I'm basing this somewhat on Roman, somewhat, very, very lightly. We could go look at Roman real quick, though. Although, now looking at it, I think silver would be closer to 40, so I might do that. So let's go look at Roman currency and what they did. Because the Romans were pretty cool with their money. Although it was a little confusing sometimes. They had pure gold, they had pure silver pieces, but they also did have brass and bronze. And the coins could be of different sizes. These coins are going to be of different sizes and shapes, by the way. Yes, they had denarius, which is actually where we get the word dinero from Spanish. UK moment. Burp. Yeah, they had the denarius sistertius dupondius as, which is just 10. So they had for 1, 4, 5, 10, 20, 24, 30, 40, and 120. That was the coins that they had roughly in 200 BC. After that, however, or rather that was a republic value specifically. But they also had other types of coins. I like Diocletian the most because the numbers are pretty smooth. The numbers are 1, which is Adius, 25, which is Argentius, Numus, which is 40, Radiate, which is 200, Lariate, which is 500, and Denarius, which is 1,000. And I believe, is Aureus? I think that's gold. Aureus is gold. So denarius, you'd need 1,000 denarius for 1 aureus. Meaning, you need 1,000 dineros for 1 piece of gold. So, we could have gold be a 1,000... Thank you for the water. We could have a denarius, an aureus, be $1,000. Roughly. Thank you for the pet. It could equate to 1,000 of something. Oof. So let's go into this real quick. So in order to get a crescent, you need 100 cubits. So 100 cubits gets a crescent. And like I said, I've gone through the books before to see how much cubits, how many how much a brass piece is per ounce, and however big the coin size was. Why is this so complicated? It's not. It's actually pretty easy. At least compared to fucking this. Because if you get 100 cubits, you get a crescent. That's it. You get 100 crescents, you get a crown. It's 100 to 100. It's not hard. Which means if you have 1,000 cubits, you get a crown. I think. Is that how math works? Or is it 10,000? I think I'm dumb. I think it's 10,000. Yeah, it's like a penny versus a dollar versus $100 bill. Basically. All my homies support the 100 metric system of 1, 10, 100. I'm thinking of adding a 10 as well. But I'm not sure. How many pennies do I need to make a $100 bill? I don't remember. I think it's 10,000. Yeah, it's 10,000 pennies. I had to do math. Couldn't remember if it was 1,000 or 10. But, yeah, the Roman currency system is a little more confusing than that. So the denarius is, in Roman at least, is kind of like a dime, basically. Which was their lowest currency. Because it was basically like 10 cents for them. It literally is called the deni, the 10. So I do think it means the 10 cent, pretty much. Does that mean they got rid of their pennies and nickels? The Romans in the 300s got rid of their pennies. Now the question is, should I add pennies or not pennies, should I add like dimes and $10 bills, or should I just leave those alone? Because I kind of like the system I have now. Maybe some regions have them, but others don't. Others don't give a shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that, because it's not like they go any lower than a cubit anyway. Maybe they would do it for carrying stuff on them's sake. Like, let's say you want to buy something and it's 25 cubits. You might want to have something a little smaller than that, or a little bit more pricey than that, just so you're not carrying around 25 cubits all the time. Because otherwise that coin pouch is going to look fucking dumb. Unless they have a magical means to keep their money on them without having to deal with that shit. I think I'm gonna do that. We're gonna pull this out. Okay. So cubits are basically $1. It's their version of the dollar. Crowns are just $100. Crescents are $1. Or wait, no. Crowns are 1,000. Crescents are... My eyes hurt. Ah, yes, the magical debt. Magical credit card! Actually, not a bad idea. Alright, so cubit is the penny. Crescent is the dollar. Crowns is the $100. So we clearly need some sort of in-between, otherwise you're going to be carrying a fuck ton of cubits on you for no reason. They could have a 25, a quarter here. Just to help with that, because otherwise, like I said, you're carrying a fuck ton of coins for no reason. And then here they could have another quarter. So a $25 system. I know we have $20 bills. Is it Magical Debt just a Warlock Pact? You right. But yeah, here they have 1, 25, 40, 200, 500, and 1,000. Boo. I'm not going to be using all of those numbers. Imagine your mortgage being like 200k mana to the bank!
No. Not the mana.
Oh god, that system's even worse. Alright, I'm gonna get out of the Roman currency system. But, I'm gonna figure out what these are all made out of. The cubits are clearly made out of brass. They're these brass little things. Which means quarters could be bronze. But I am gonna go peek at these. Yeah, this is brass. What is this? This is bronze. This is small bronze. Bronze. Okay, so it seems like bronze is less valuable than brass. So cubits can be bronze, and this can be brass. So this would be bronze. This would be brass. This would be silver. $25. I would want silver. Maybe I'm making it too difficult for myself. I'm gonna go back to the system I had. I'm just gonna stay cubit, crescent, and crown. Because it sounds pretty. I'm gonna have the cubit be brass, crescent be silver, crown be gold. There we go. Bank clerks have a pact with the bank itself. Yeah. The bank is an eldritch horror, and it forces the clerks to stay there. Actually, I have a little baby idea. Y'all talked about Electrum a minute ago. Okay, so this is brass. We have brass already. This is silver. So silver comes after brass. Silver. Standard silver. And then this is gold. Okay, so bronze comes before brass. So bronze is usually a lot more red than brass. Brass is like a dull brown gold. It's really pretty. Also, each one has a unique shape. I do want to point that out. While most coins typically have a round shape, each of my coins has a different shape. Just because that's how I feel. That's how I'm feeling at the time. This is how I imagine investments made in mana. Yeah. But I may add a penny version. I'll make the cubit the dollar. Crescent, I'll make, like, the $10 version, and then the crown can be the 100. So silver. This is 5. This would be 5. Does that mean I would want dimes? I could do dimes. I could make them brass, but have them look different. I'd like that idea. This is me now just figuring out currency system. Don't mind me. Okay. So this will also be bronze. That's right, bronze. This will be bronze. What is Electrum? Let me go look that up. I can't remember what it is. I think it's like gold and silver put together. Hey, babe. Are you still there, or did you go to lunch? I think we went to lunch. Silver and gold. Okay.
I didn't know if Leon went to lunch or not, but he could have answered it for me.
He is a blacksmith. So yeah, it's an alloy of gold and silver. So Electrum would be between silver and gold. Almost done with lunch.
Oh, okay.
Silver and gold alloy.
Wah. Thank you. Mwah.
Do you know the conversion rate? I know I'm only getting my shit from what's it called? Tinker's Constructs. That's the only reason I know. But do you know what the balance between the two is? Like, how much gold to silver ratio are we talking here? One Electrum is half gold in D&D. Yeah, I was about to make it half a gold as well. I was gonna have it wedged between silver and gold. But I don't know if I want to do that. I would make it 250. Because while I hate the currency system in D&D, maybe a little less gold? Oh, okay, half and half. Because I was going to make it 250. And then the last 2 coins are bronze. One's small, with a little hole in it, and the other is a bigger one with no hole. So most of my coins have little holes in them. It's also known as a pale gold. So I could make it 200. Because you said make it a little less gold. And my gold is worth 500 in this world. So I say the Electrum would be 200. And this is like dollar currency. Oh, there we go. Alright, so cubits, crescents, and crowns. Not all of them are going to start with a C. I thought that was cute, but I'll change those. Ugh. I am going to look at the Romans, though, and try to remember what they called their shit for. Oh, that's a cute. Back to it. Hope you have a lovely day.
Oh, thank you, baby. Mwah. Have a good day.
Because I'm trying not to have it look too much like the American currency system.
I don't want it to look American.
Okay, so the penny, dime, dollar, 10 bill, 100 bill, and then like a 200 bill, I guess. Because this here is the price of the actual metal, and then I'm converting it down. Oh, wait, says Lillian. Guess anything from 20% around 80% gold and the rest is silver will count as electrum. Technically, it's probably 50-50 is the safest route. Possibly, maybe there is a bit less gold, so it is worth a little less. At least their version of the currency. It could have just a bit less. I just need to come up with words. Because I used crescent because crescent moon. Their silver coins look like crescent moons. I have an ID. I have an ID. Ready? Ready. Here we go. Here's my ID. So, cubits, crescents, and crowns are all going to be together. Cubit is roughly $1. Crescents are roughly $10. And a crown is roughly... Well, here it says 200, which is how much the metal is going to be worth. But in the currency system, it's going to be like... It's going to be... It's going to be money. Anyway. These three are going to be like the holy trio and the most commonly used currency. But the other three are going to be just as important. But these three are going to be like the holy trinity. Let's see. Are they shaped like a cube? Yes. And a crescent moon? Yes. The crown, it's not shaped like a crown, but it does have a crown stamp on it. It's a circle. It's like the top head of a crown. That's how they like to say it. Because, fun fact, not everything is completely equal to what it's called. And was it more crown-like back then? Who knows? But, like, yes, cubits look like this. They're like these little rounded things with a circle in the middle that's been punched out. Crescents look like this. They're these little half shapes, but they've started gaining a curve over time like that, like a very slight stylistic curve as they've been created. Their points are rounded though, so no one pokes their eye out with them. I feel like they've had to round them out because they've had incidents where people have tried to stab each other with money before. So they've like rounded out the curves. And they also have a little circle. And these circles are used to slip them over little rods that they keep them locked in on. You know how we have like penny rolls and coin rolls? It's kind of like that. It's like a coin roll. Crumbs, counters, cubits, crescents, crowns, and currents. Oh. I was thinking of going nothing but C's. But I'm not sure how I would do that. Crumbs is really cute, though. Crumb. But I do feel like these are called the Holy C's, or the Holy Trinity, because they're both 3 C's in a row. But yes, this is the cubit. This is the crescent. And the crown is a circular gold coin with a crown picture in it. And then it has a little stamp in it. There we go. The Holy See. Genius. Yeah, the Holy See Trinity, basically. Could be a pieces of an 8 situation. Crumbs are 1/100th of a cubit, split radially. Possibly. I've actually just been thinking of calling it a piece. Like, if it's a bronze, if it's a penny, it's probably just called a piece. I'm gonna actually go look. I just realized I can send you pics of my D&D printed coins. Yes, you can. You can indeed. I'm gonna go look at different coins. Let's go look at coin names. Oh, right. I want the gold to be called solars. So the solars are just going to be a huge ass gold coin with a sun on it. So yeah, solars are going to be a bit bigger, small hole with a sun motif on it, like this. And the reason I want to do that is because we already have crescents. Now, because this is a witchcraft-centric world, of course they're going to have motifs towards the sun and the moon. So that's what the solar is going to look like. I'm going to bring him down here. So, oh. There we go. Solars. And then we have the peace. And what else would I want to call it? I want to play D&D, but I'm scared. Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you use runes as a currency? I'm gonna be doing something else with runes. Because, fun fact, runes are actually considered a mystical divination in Wicca. I actually own a set of quartz runes. I still have them. They're carved with runes and painted, and they're really pretty. But those guys are gonna get to stay in their pouches. They have pouches. Me shy. Oh no, it's okay, Amy. Pet. You got this. If you're able to do it one day, I say go for it. It steals you for D&D. Grabs. Dude, if I could DM for everyone, I would. When can I redeem a rune rating? When I find them. They're in my bag somewhere. That would be really fun. Doing a rune reading, tarot reading. I own 3 tarot decks. Curious will all be used, but that's why I gotta watch to find out. Alright, so peace. I need one more word. One more word here.
Oh! Thank you for the pat. Hey.
Buckle's a nice word. Marks? What did Lillian say? Crumbs, counters. Currents. Ooh, hold up. I gotta go with on. Yes, I put my pen in my mouth. Okay, what does this word mean? I'm looking for a word here. No. I'm not gonna count that. I'm dumb. I'm going through, like, different words for coins, and I just saw doubloons.
Yeah, hug. Lewin, hug.
Sent in stream chat and Discord. Thank you. For some reason, my mind thought bickle, and it shouldn't mean anything but sounded right for a coin. Yeah, it sounds like nickel. We have a nickel. I'm gonna go peek. Oh, yeah. Dude, those look really pretty. Those are real pretty. I like them. Yeah, it's okay to be shy. Yeah, doubloons. Yeah, it's okay to be shy. Pet. Pebbles. I'm not using that as a fucking term. Claws? That sounds like a dragon thing. Peace makes me think of Stardust for some reason. Huh. Bricks. Just call the bricks because they're the hardest coin to spend. Bricks is a pretty good word too. Whoa, what was that? Oh, it's part of the music, but that was weird. I've never heard that before. I've never processed it before. Shekel! Shekel's a word! What's a shekel? I forgot how much a shekel is. Shekel is... It's an actual word. It's a Hebrew word for money. I'm not gonna take Hebrew money. Cromer? Cromer's a good... No, Lillian, you put that spammed down. You stop that. No, now I'm not using it. I'd use brick as slang as an amount of money, like a grand being 1K. Yeah, honestly, I think they could use the term brick for a certain amount of coin rolls. Cause, the way the coin roll works, we know what a coin roll is. For us, we wrap it in paper. But for them, it's like this little device with a little stick and then a secondary stick with a little cap that you can close it with. And you just slide your coins onto this thing, like this. And then once it's full, you cap it and you close it and you just toss it into the vault. The amount necessary to knock out a rival wizard via concussion. You're right. But maybe a brick is like a certain amount of these attached to each other. Like maybe there's like a handle here, and maybe if you like loop enough of them together in like a group, that's called a brick. That'd be pretty cool. So if someone literally says, I have a brick of pieces, it's like, why the fuck do you have so many pennies? Oh wait, I have an idea. Hold on, I have to Google something. Okay, how much is it? I have a word that I want to use, and a metal that I want to use. And there's a reason I'm doing it. But I need to figure out how much it is first. It's not telling me how much it is. Damn it. Let me do this instead. Not silver, damn it! Thank you, scrappy website. You helped me. Oh my god, $1.20 per pound? How much is that in ounces? Okay. Yes, let me look at the prices. I have an idea. Okay, I know what I'm doing. So, after pieces, it's not going to be bronze, it's going to be pewter. Pewter is basically going to be a $50. Shell? Damn it, shell's a good word too. We could hold on to shell for something else. Like, because there are different cultures, so the different cultures could definitely use these words for other shit. I could definitely see a mermaid culture calling their stuff shells. But, pewter. And they're also going to call it pewter. And there's a reason for this. It's a newer concept. They've added this in recently. What if there's competing currencies? I wouldn't say competing, but definitely there are other currencies out there that aren't human. But this is going to be okay, fun fact, this isn't going to be in Europe. This entire story is going to be set up in America because I am not European. I don't know, I can't pretend to know anything about Europe. But I do know about America, so it's going to be in America. But yeah, I want this piece to be called pewter and be made of pewter, and the people who added it in it's a later addition, so they probably got a little lazy with it. They just kind of hucked it in there. But these three, I believe, were probably the original pieces, but over time, they started adding more or changing the currency system, and this is what it looks like today. So they have pieces, and they have pewters. 36 human cubits to a cobalt scale, the market's turning around. Yeah. But yeah, I think that would work. I like this. Me too. I like it too. Let's see, but what would they look like? I don't want them to all do this fun little, like, circle shape. I feel like that's attributed to these guys. I might just make them coins, maybe solid coins, because these guys have holes in them, and that's because they're made out of more rare metal. They're trying to save on metal. But here, they might just have them as simple pieces. I feel like the pewters could be a little more oval, though. Because pewter, it's pretty inexpensive. It's real cheap of a metal. So I feel like they add a bit more to it just to help with the pricing. Because the coins are not all the same size. The pieces are, I want to say, about the size of a dime. But pewters are probably the size of a quarter and a little bit wider. And then cubits, I want to say they're about nickel sized. Crescents are like half a quarter sized, but like squished out a little more. Crowns, I want to say, would be kind of like a half dollar, or a coin dollar, gold dollar, I think they're called. Solars would also be about gold dollar shaped, but they'd be different colors. Pewters, of course, it would be a space magic gun because it makes pew pew sounds. Pew pew. So that's what I think I'm gonna do here. Pewters are gonna be oval. And they're all, like I said, a little differently shaped because they have to take into account how many ounces of that metal is the equation to the next one up. So, there we go.
I did it. I made my currency system.
I need to save this. There we go. That would have been bad. I just realized my idea of Wizard Stockbroker is basically the first arc of Spice and Wolf. Oopsies! I've actually never read Spice and Wolf. I'm sorry. I apologize. Alrighty, so we did it. We made a much better currency system, at least in my opinion, because the numbers actually make sense. It's an actual currency, not just
Tee-hee, funny numbers.
What other criticisms have I had in the past? I don't remember anymore. I'm just happy to have my currency system. Oh, I will say, and some of you might be sad at this news. We love economics with Monster Girl. Yeah. God damn it. But, yeah, some of you might be saddened by this news, but American schools in the HP universe should not have had houses. For one reason and one reason only. Regular American schools don't have houses. In Britain, it is very common for schools to have houses. For us, it is not. We don't have houses. Because if you look it up, British schoolhouses, they do the same exact thing. They have a house system. American wizarding schools don't have houses. We have levels of depression! You're right. But see, here. This is a house system. Hold on, let me pull this up a little better. But, it's a practice that is spread, according to this, to Commonwealth countries, and somewhat in the United States, but it is not nearly as common. I have yet to see any high school or regular middle school have houses. We didn't get cool color-coded uniforms and fucking animal mascots. We don't get that shit. Not here. But, this is what they do. They name it after a person, or after a certain thing that said person wants. Not very common in smaller school systems. To be fair, in my school system, we had families that fell under vice principals, basically because our schools were huge states. State Scythe? We didn't do that either. We just have grades, and that's it. Like, first grade, second grade. We don't do this shit. And it makes me kind of sad, actually. Oh, stateside. I'm stupid. So, yeah, it shouldn't have had 4 houses. If it was purely basic American, especially if it's old. Because apparently this is a common thing in the US, or the UK, but it's only since spread to the US, like, recently. We don't do this here. We shouldn't have them. She's Englishifying our school system and our culture. It's not how it works. Boarding schools probably do it. Yeah, it says here, house system was associated with public schools in England, especially full boarding schools where a house referred to a boarding house at the school. Yeah, in boarding schools we probably do it on some level, but in regular ass public schools, we don't fucking do that. My bad. Bang the hat I got in my hand last night and my fingers are not working. No, you're okay. It's not in the US, says it doesn't matter. Exactly. It's not really in the US, so she shouldn't have done it. She just wanted to make another Hogwarts copy for more merchandise, more than likely, and it didn't turn out that well. Because everyone and no one likes it. Also, there's only one for the US. I'm sorry. The state of Texas is bigger than the UK, I'm pretty sure. Like, no. No. Stop. Oh, let me do that. Let me put that down too. Alright. I'm gonna do this so I can keep my money separate from the rest of it. There we go. There we go. This is my category called Joanne, what the fuck was up with the 4 houses? US full of muggles. We're all muggles. I have not yawned that much. Stream, please. Thought we were talking about the first part of the series. Nope, we are here. I'll show you, Dread. This is called Desmond's Own Wizarding World with Blackjack and Hookers. Copyright. We wrote down the, I guess, similarities, quote unquote, that's going to be in, because you need similarities in this sort of thing. Earthsea does it. We sent the muggles to the colonies. Oh no, that sounds awful, actually. There's gonna be a magic system, a separate world, but they do share a history. Yeah, Blackjack and Hookers. And I'm writing the difference between what bothered me about the Wizarding World and what I'm trying to do to clean it up. But yeah, we don't have houses. It's dumb. It's dumb on both ends. It's dumb that she tried to give us houses, and it's dumb that I didn't get to be in a cool house with a mascot animal. Let me do it.
Oh, thank you for the pet.
Oh, Harvard does it. Fuck you, Harvard. I'm not going to Harvard to be in a house. Wait, is Harvard in the US? I can't remember anymore. I think it is. It is. Yeah, it's in Massachusetts. Fuck Harvard. I ain't going to Harvard. Just to be in a house. It's dumb. We'll make your house out of trading cards. I mean, Leon has enough. We could do it. Sounds exactly like the kind of explanation Joel and Colin Rowling would make. Yeah, exactly. Fuck mass colleges. I agree. If it's any consolation, our house and school were either Gentoo, a penguin, or a Polaris. Don't know why that is.
That sounds so cute, though. I want a penguin mascot.
Our school itself had a mascot, but we didn't have, like, a house named after someone because it's a boarding school. We had the Trojan. It was pretty cool. They're smug as hell and good college drives. The rent is up even worse. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. And they try to tout themselves as like, oh, you went to Harvard, so you're so distinguished and you know so much more. It's like, no, they literally teach you the same ass curriculum. You're just paying for the brand at that point. It's like building your own PC versus buying an Alienware PC. You're just paying for the sticker at this point. Harvard dropouts get more love than a master's somewhere else. Yeah. Isn't Harvard one of those places where you literally just buy the certificate? I think so. It's like paying for Apple, like, damn. Yeah, it's bad. So, yeah, we're probably not going to have houses unless it's a boarding school, specifically. And even then, they might not. Anyway, Desmond?
No! Ow, 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 ow. I'm just a gremlin. Pet, 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 pet.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have houses, but it only seems to be... It seems to be rare and in colleges. And in really, really big colleges. Like I said, Harvard. And apparently the California Institute of Technology.
Gremlins get squats. Wah!
Fine, I will do my squats, women. But only because you asked nicely. Oh, that felt awesome. Ooh. Okay.
Stretching my legs.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You actually saw me. Oh my god. I was actually going back and forth for a second there. That was funny. Alright.
Get back to my blanket. Wah, wah, wah. Cold feet. I did it. Oops. Blankie time. 'Cause it's cold.
Okay. So, America ain't got no houses. Okay, so what I was thinking for my world, since we're getting to this part of it, I want to actually have a school that's very new. I want the concept of generalized education to be new for these guys. They're all Airbnbs. Yeah. No houses. Only apartments. Only renting. So I want homeschooling to be very common, at least for the last 60 years. At least until 60 years ago, is what I meant to say. So the way my stuff is gonna work, in roughly the 1500s, whenever the Salem trial started happening, people who were learned in magic went into hiding because they realized they were being hunted and they were being killed. They also militarized themselves just in case they needed to. They're also very standoffish of strangers, and they started keeping magic in the family. They kept it in coven families, specifically. For those who don't know what it is, a coven is basically like your, kind of like your found family. It's your sect. It's your group. I could find a more official definition because I could sit here prattling all day on what it means to me. But I'll look for a textbook definition first. It's a noun, an assembly of 13 witches. You can have more than 13. I will let you know that now. But yeah, here it says, coven consists of 12 witches and a devil as leader. That is not true, but okay. The number is generally taken as a parody of Christ and his 12 disciples. An alternative theory, yeah, no, that's dumb. Get out of here. Each member of the coven is said to specialize in a particular branch of magic, such as bewitching, agriculture, produce. Okay, these are all very stupid. I lied. Let's look for the Wicca version of a coven. Because those were wrong. How to find a coven. Covens and groves. Groves is also a word. So, like I said, a coven is basically like your found family in a way. It can consist of your family, but it's generally a group of people that believe in the same version of witchcraft that they are assembling for. And it's kind of like a tiny denomination almost. And there can be, I don't know, there can be up to like even 20 or 30 at a time if you'd want. And you're all considered basically related, just not by blood. You're related by your coven, your covenant, essentially. So with here, it says, yeah, the Wiccan religion is made up of many different sects or traditions, such as Tannic, Gardnerian. These are like the denominations, basically. Gardner, Gerald Gardner, the guy I talked about who founded Wicca, he has a branch of his own belief systems for Wicca, but other people came by and started coming up with their own ideas. There is a guy named Alexander. He came by. He made Alexandrian Wicca. Then there is Dianic Wicca. There's Tannic Wicca. There's eclectic. How many covens to a cubit? Yes, 3 covens. There we go. But yeah, there's no one governing body that tells people, hey, this is what Wicca's supposed to be. So people tend to group up together. And while they prefer, I think, 13, you can have as many as you want, really. As long as it doesn't create discord, if that makes sense. You don't want to bring in too many people, because if you do, you risk severing the coven anyway, because if the more people you got in there, the more they're gonna start trying to come up with their own version of Wicca that doesn't adhere to the coven rules, and then they're gonna split off and make their own coven. That would be a fun thing to explore, by the way. I might do that, but yeah, usually it's not blood relation, it's just people that you happen to believe the exact same things as, and you decide to practice the same stuff. Because I will say, it's always so hard to say. Gardnerian Wicca and Alexandrian Wicca have 2 different types of belief systems. Dianic Wicca is even more crazy, because typically Wicca believes in 2 deities. The god and the goddess. The horned god and the moon goddess. Dianic Wicca takes it a step further and says, we're not worshipping the god, sorry. Girls only. This is the girls only club. Boys drool. It's like, what the fuck? You can't do that. You can't get rid of the balancing act that the masculine and feminine have to hold with each other. At least that's how Wiccans believe it. So, Dianic Wicca is out there. It's basically turf Wicca. I'm just gonna say that here. I'm sorry. But, yeah, the person who's making the coven is the one choosing the people. You also get special names. You get your special coven name. I had one. I'm not telling you what it is, but I had one. Yeah, no, actually, the horned god, Kernonos, is the Wiccan god. And very often, either Hecate or Aradia is typically the name of the moon goddess. So yes, you're correct. Kernonos is actually the Wiccan god. That's one of his names. They'll use other names too, like Pan, but typically, whoever's a horned god, that's him. Kernonos. Okay, but yeah, you usually gather with your coven during Esbats and Sabbats. Sabbats are the 8 holidays that we talked about. Esbats are just a fancy term for a full moon. The horned god, Ja. Yes. But yeah, they'll gather and they'll do different rituals depending on the holiday, the season, and what moon it is. So, I'm going to strip some of this from it, because like I said, I'm not going to be focusing fully on Wicca. Wicca is a 1950s, 60s belief system that came about through as a religious scope. But I am going to use it only for religion in a backdrop, because these guys would not have had as much development with Wicca, which is why I'm only using paganism inspired from Wicca, because Wicca is also inspired from these pagan roots. So they're going to have a few similarities, but not enough to really say it is purely Wicca, because these guys are from Salem in the 1500s. Their culture has evolved separate from that kind of stuff. Who knows, maybe Wicca cropped up in a normal people circle, not normal people, but you know, the ones in the quote-unquote modern world, because maybe they studied some of these witch people. I'm stuck on Kernonos right now. He turned into Calamity. He's so hard. I'm so sorry. But I think that'd be really fun. But we are going to use the term coven, not quite like Wicca. It's just going to mean family. And a coven family is going to have, you know what, let's just write all this shit down. Coven families. So coven families are going to be basically, think of kind of like how the pureblood families work in Harry Potter, sort of, but they're not purebloods. No one, you can't prove that kind of stuff nearly as much in this, because anyone can learn magic. So if some lady, you know, let's say snuck out of her coven family's area, found herself into the regular world, got hitched, got knocked up, that sounds awful. She ends up having a kid with like one of the locals, and then she sneaks back to her coven because maybe something didn't work out. You know, the guy figured out she could do magic, and he you know, kicked her out or whatever, because people back then were rude. They wouldn't be able to prove that kid is half-born or whatever, because they don't have that same mindset. They don't have a pure blood whatever. Oh, we have to keep it all in the magical family, because if you start breeding with the muggles, you'll lose your powers. That's not how it works. Regular-ass humans who don't know shit about the magic system can cast it if they have the brain to do so, if they have the knowledge and belief to do so. So, theirs is going to be a different system altogether. They are still going to be stuck up about it, but they're not going to be... I guess eugenics aren't real, if that makes sense in this one. They'll probably still try to tout eugenics, because that's what everyone who's super influential and wants to keep it in the family does, but it's not grounded in anything. It doesn't mean anything in the actual world. So, up until about 60 years ago, I want to say 66 years ago, because that's a nice number. 66 years ago, before then, Coven families had a stranglehold on rituals and spells. So, iron grip on spells. And there wasn't a general curriculum. Whenever the 1500s happened and people split off from each other and split off from the regular world and went into hiding, the Coven families started creating their own spells, their own systems of magic and systems of enchantment, I suppose, as well as tool making, a little bit separate from each other. Sure, they intermingled and traded and did all this sort of stuff, but some of them kept some of their secrets very closely guarded. So that means there are a lot of Coven families that have secret knowledge that not a lot of people know about. And they'll only trade certain information, and yes, some of them have come and reached to the same conclusion. Like, you know, they've probably all, at some point, figured out how to light a fire naturally to make food with a spell. They can just light a match with the snap of their fingers, and they can make fire. I'm sure all of them have figured that out. But the way they go about it could be a little different. Maybe one has to wave their wands in order to do it. Maybe one literally just has to snap. You know, maybe one has to silently whisper to themselves for 3 minutes. I don't fucking know. Either way, that would actually be really lame of a fire spell. At that point, just light a match. But you get it. They probably have different ways of doing the spells, but the spells are the same. I feel like someone from a coven, at some point, took the knowledge that they had and started interviewing and learning from others. In Fate, you can breed with non-Magus. You just need to give your magic circuit to your kids. Magus can't live without a non-Magus. That's pretty cool. Ow. I have an itch. What's a magic circuit? Is that like some sort of core? I'm assuming it's like some sort of magical core. But, yeah, the way this schooling system is going to work, because they do have a school now, but up until a certain point, they didn't. Everything was kept in the family. So not a whole lot of different denominations, a lot of different denominations cropped up, basically. Strangest magical templates would be an interesting field of research in this world. Oh, standard magical templates. Yeah. It would be really cool to, like, figure out how, like, efficiency and stuff. Like, how the fuck does it work for these people, and why does it work a little differently for these guys? How do we... Oh, it's, the way mana goes through your body. Okay. Fate has an interesting way of refilling magic. Amy, what does that mean? I don't want to know. Sharing mana. I'm scared to know what the euphemism here is. Physics meets cultural sociology. Yeah, something like that. Snoo snoo. Death by snoo snoo. But yeah, I feel like someone took the knowledge that they had from their old coven, and they went, I'm gonna make my own school. I want to make a generalized curriculum. I don't want everyone having these super specific curriculums, because at some point there are some people that are starting to lose, especially like the less influential covens. They don't really have a whole lot going for them. They just use a lot of small standard spells that have been passed around throughout the centuries. So this school has been founded by someone who has taken these standard spells and has decided to give it to anyone who wants to learn. They haven't extended a hand out to the modern world yet, because they don't want to get fucking smited. The modern world is still a very scary thing for these people, because the last time they interacted with them, they were fucking killed. So, you know, you're gonna nod, but there has been enough centuries between that to make some people go, okay, no, it's fine. But most people probably still don't want it. Saber has run out of mana. We're being followed by Berserker. Better get on the bed now. Sex works as a way of sharing magic, and Magus kind of get Honry from getting mana, or you get gently set their magic circuit. What the fuck, Fate? Fate is just horny anime mages. God damn it. But yeah, that's what my school's gonna be. It's going to be one of the first... It's going to be the first generalized education school, basically. So if, you know, people want to send their kids to a general learner, they can. They don't have to rely on the Coven teaching them. They can just get the standard stuff out of the way. Yeah, Fate's wild. It's because Fate started out as an Arrow light novel? Did it really? I did not know that. That's funny. All I know about Fate Snoo Snoo is put your Ponos in the Fagu and jam it in. Lilin, please. It's hard to describe it without showing, and on fucking phone, I'm sorry, Sir Rex. Fate started as an eroge. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear. Ah, thank you for the pet. Ah, ping. Thank you for the pet, Furby. What?
Alright, so 60 years ago, first public school is introduced. There we go. And the Coven families fucking hated it. Coven families didn't really care for it, but the regular the regular magical families who didn't really have like these big prestigious covens, they were like, "Oh, thank fucking God," because I forgot some of my spells, and they sent their kids to go learn standardized spells. And this was, like I said, founded by someone. I'm gonna have to design the character at some point, but it was founded by a being, probably named after them too. Who was sick and tired of it. Because, the more influential and, I guess, not really high-touting, but...
Oh, Blippi, thank you for the pet. What?
But, if you're a super prestigious Coven family, and you have hundreds of years of history with making your own spells and artifacts, you're gonna keep that shit protected. No one's gonna learn that shit. So when someone starts actually just training people in the regular ass, like in the spells, like it's a regular art, they're gonna get mad about it. They're like, no, fuck you, you know. If they want to learn the spells, they should do it on their own. They should figure it out in their coven should teach them. And if their coven's, you know, not old enough to have all this knowledge, or too poor, quote-unquote, to experiment and learn these spells the right way, then they shouldn't learn it. Basically, it's... They've probably gotten uppity about people having general education. Granted, this was 60 years ago. Ah, magical boomers. Basically, yeah. That's what it's gonna be.
Back in my day, I had to go to my great-grandpappy's ancient, fucking, I don't know,
crypt where he stowed away all of his ancient tomes from his great-grandpappy to learn how to cast a light spell, you know? Like, why the fuck these kids just learning shit? Yeah, I feel like that's what I want to do. That sounds like a lot of fun. Oof, there we go. I have to get back in my blanket.
There we go.
Witness on a rabbits and cut their bones by hand. Exactly. Uphill, both ways. What is this? Also, the whole thing with wands. So, in Harry Potter, wands, they're a pretty cool device, actually. Okay, Elder Jeremy, let's get you back to bed. But they're pretty cool, but I think we can improve on it. I will say, I don't really care for the whole, you get one wand your whole life and it's basically alive and connected to you in a weird spiritual way. Wands are a tool. At the end of the day, wands are just a tool. And you can make your own. However, the wands look a little dull sometimes. Some look really cool, but some just look so boring. Especially in the movies. They're just like a black stick and that's it.
Hello there.
Hello there, Helmhammers. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Please find a seat and enjoy your stay. We're doing World Building Wednesdays.
Oh, thank you for the stretch.
And I broke my fingers. Oh, fun. The wand chooses the wizard. Unless you get disarmed and it says good scrub. Yeah, it's dumb. It's so silly. So I'm not doing that. The wand is a tool at the end of the day. And like I said, you can make your own. However, not every wand is created equal. Because hear me out. If a kid wanted to, 5-minute crafts for wand making. Oh no, Lilin. But hear me out. If a kid wanted to set something on fire because they felt like it, they could. God forbid an adult does it. Like, these wands were not regulated very well in Harry Potter. Literally, Hagrid had his wand in his umbrella. Even though he was forbidden to do magic. He's like, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm breaking law. I'm breaking wizard law. Pours vinegar on a wand, leaves it for 48 hours. Bigger than before! Yeah. But, yeah. It wasn't really that well regulated. Also, every wand could cast the exact same thing. That's spooky. That's like handing a kid a BB gun and being like, this thing can shoot shotgun rounds too. It's like, no, what are you doing? Actually, the hut for groundskeeper Hagrid for Hogwarts Legacy was made for him because of his passing in respect. Ah, of course. No, I didn't say hut, his wand. His wand is in his umbrella, and he uses it on a regular basis. But, yeah, not every wand should be created equal. That's just spooky. Not every gun is created equal, not every sword is created equal. So what I want to do is have, depending on what the wand has on it and in it, it does different things. So, general practicing wands can't do crazy shit. If they are making wands for school students, they're going to be simple with just a couple of runes etched inside to channel very specific, calm, like, general spells for practice, not for blowing shit up. Flashbacks to the Reddit post about how grenade launcher rounds fit in a flare gun chain. Will stuff for this be on the Discord? Oh, actually, oh shit. Should I make a Discord channel on my world building shit? I don't have anything for Discord for this. Shit. I might need to. Next time I'll officially join World Building Wednesday and just talk about Fate. It can help some people with urban fantasy and magic systems, but I don't know if people will be interested. Oh, you know I haven't already because I'm stupid. In the terms of the whole Fate thing, I do like bringing people on to talk about franchises, but it has to be franchises I know. Like when I had Leon on, and we were talking about Monster Hunter, and like the evolutionary chains that the monsters went through to probably look how they look. Family wants to go out to eat, so I must lurk. Of course, have a good lurk. Yeah, I should probably make a channel for my Worldbuilding Wednesday. Beep my fingies. Anyway. What was I talking about? Right. Wands. Yeah, I don't think every wand should be created equal. Also, I think that it's kind of limiting that wands are the only thing that's really used when we have so many other tools in our arsenal. There's staffs. Like, I know there was one guy that actually used a staff. I think it was Moody? Or at least in the movies he did. I don't know if he did in the books. I don't remember. But, like, staffs can be used for shit, too. Staves are a type of magical catalyst. They're just big wands. Or rods, as they're called. You can use blades! You can literally use knives if you want to! I just realized I can join Worldbuilding one of these for my D&D setting. Fuck! Yeah. I mean... it's not working right now because Stream Elements hates me, so give it a second, but... oh, there it goes. It loaded automatically. Yay! I am taking forms again. I'm welcoming people in once more. Wow! Wow! But yeah, I think they would look at the properties of different wood, as well as different catalyst pieces they could put in it, in order to make wands. Now, when I say catalyst, oh right, catalyst would probably just be the word for wand. Hi, Pats! How you doing, buddy? I'm doing good, by the way. Wands don't function differently based on the size, material, or core, despite them mentioning those three elements of the wands. Exactly. It's a little wonky. Instead, the cores and the length and the wood is just based off of the person. Like, for instance, I know Umbrich's wand was really short and really stiff. And it's because she herself is a short, stiff person. And I don't remember the core. It was probably Dragon Heartstring, because everyone who has Dragon Heartstring ends up being bad. Because Dragon Heartstring has to do with being bad. Unicorn hair can be bad, but reluctantly. And then if you're a Phoenix Feather, usually you're okay. Although you don't really see Phoenix Feathers except for in Harry's and Homeboy's wand. Bellatrix's wand was twisted. Yeah, Bellatrix's wand was literally like a creepy-ass twisted tree. Which makes me wonder, why was Ollivander making all those wands look like that? Did the wands tell him what they wanted to look like? Or was he just being creative when he made a skull on top of Voldemort's wand? Like, it's so like I'm going to make sure this kid grows up healthy and happy and definitely a good guy. Proceeds to carve bones. Just fuck me up, fam. Yeah, what kind of wand do you want to be? Just fuck me up. You know what a rubber chicken sounds like underwater? Make me look like that. Like, wasn't the French girl in the Force book using a wand by her grandmother's hair? Yeah, she was. She was part of the... It starts with a V. Fuck. Oh no, I don't remember the race. They're like really, really pretty ethereal ladies, but then if you piss them off, they turn ugly and scary and monstrous. Yeah, the French... Fuck, what's the French girl's name? Something Delacour. E-girls, got it. Yeah, that. Oh no, Delacour is her last name, I'm pretty sure. I have to look this up, because I don't remember. Ah! Stream, shut up. Or Stream Elements, shut up. Fleur Delacour, that's her name. Yeah, she's part Vila. They're called Vila. Yeah, Vila are like these really pretty. They're an actual uh creature, by the way. They're an actual thing um in mythology. I don't remember exactly where they're from, but they're really cool. They're basically like Scandinavian harpies in a way. I think I can't remember if they're Scandinavian. Let me look up Vilas. I know they're really cool though. No, not Harry Potter. Get out of here. The Villa. Slavic. They're Slavic. Okay, I was close. Scandinavian is Slavic adjacent. They hold hands. Yeah, the Vila are a magical creature who are super pretty, and they're very enticing. But if you're a dick, then they'll fuck you up. Basically. Yeah, they're a Norse Fae-like creature. They're really cool. They can also shapeshift into animals. Huh, anyway. But yeah, she had hair. Her great-grandmother's hair, because her great-grandmother's full Vila. And apparently that's magic. But the three cores that Ollivander works with is because supposedly those are the ones that are the most efficient. But we don't know because we never get to see any of the other cores. Also, her wand works fairly fine. I don't get it. But yeah, I'm not gonna be working with that. I'm gonna have my own cool little wand system. Once again, this is going to be based on Wicca. For those who haven't seen any Wiccan wands, they look so fucking pretty. I had one. I made my own. I went outside, I found a fucking stick, which, by the way, in order to figure out your Wiccan wand, whenever you are working with it, you take your arm and you look at the tip of your middle finger to the crook of your elbow. That's how long it should be. You measure it by that. And whenever you get the length of a branch that you like, you chisel it. By the way, you have to go find that branch. It's something that you have to make. It's usually something very special. You can order one, but it doesn't feel as personal, if that makes sense. But yeah, I went out into the middle of the fucking woods. I picked up a branch. I made sure it wasn't pine, because I'm allergic to pine. I think it was not spruce. What was it? I think it was birch. No, it wasn't birch. It was a tree in my yard that did not have pine leaves. Did not have the pine needles on it. It had leaves. I get a fucking big one, then you do. You get a huge wand. And never had stuff like Wiccan. I don't think I spelled that right. Wiccan? Wiccan. Yeah, it's Wiccan. Wicca and Wiccan. But yeah, you get your own branch. It's usually really pretty, really natural. And then you decorate it. You decorate it however you want. It can be straight. It can be crooked. Like, this is one person's wand. It's really pretty. It looks like they put hot glue on here and just made these really pretty little etchings, and then they painted it. Which, that's fine. However you want to decorate it, do it. I wrapped twine around mine, put a feather on it, and I capped it with a gemstone. Wiccan wands for whacking. You whack them. Don't whack your wand, Lilin. That's how you go blind. Anyway, yeah, they're so pretty. And some of them, this is oak. It's carved. Yeah, you can carve them. Oh, that looks painful. That is, it's lace. Someone wrapped their wand in lace and coiled it with wire. This is beautiful. But yeah, you see how pretty these are? Like, what the fuck? Now that's a wand. Also this is also really pretty. Someone found a really they probably bought the stick from somewhere, and then they wrapped it with lovely leather, and they capped it with a crystal. They added a leather handle. That was for beating the other wizard with. Yeah. I mean, if you theoretically you could attach like a knife head to it and just fucking go to town on someone. Anyway, that sounds awful, but don't do that. But yeah, these are what the wands look like. They're so pretty. And they typically involve a lot of wire. I had mine wrapped in wire too. I had wire going through the middle. And I had actually screwed a hole through the middle of the wand and like shoved it in the middle. It was really interesting. Thought I saw you whittling for a second. I'm whittling. I'm whittling my own wand. But yeah, they're so pretty and they're really personalized because like I said, people go out and find their own wands and then they carve them and then they burn them. I think I burned mine. I burned the end and then I polished it. It was really pretty. I liked my wand. Also, they don't have to be made out of wood. It's probably a good idea to have it be made out of wood because wood is it's with a specific element. So each tool on the Wiccan altar represents a certain element. Typically the chalice is water, for obvious reasons. The athame is fire. Earth. The pentacle is earth. And the wand is air. And you usually want to use... That's why I attached mine with a feather. You usually want to kind of invoke the sense of air with your wand. And your wand is for directing energy. It is your catalyst. But you can use other materials for your catalyst. You can, like I said, you can top it with something. And I think that's what they're going to do here with these wands. They're going to treat them as catalysts. If they're for a generalized school, they probably won't make the kids go out and get their own sticks, although they might. They might make that optional. But they'd probably have the kids go get their own sticks, pick out their own cores, which the core in this is not going to be dragon heartstrings and whatever. The cores are probably going to have to do more with minerals, runes, and wire. Yeah, specifically copper wire. Copper wire is known for its electromagnetic properties. So it's almost kind of like invoking some sort of really rudimentary electricity in the air. I remember reading a children's book where wands just needed to be a conductor, so this kid just used a car antenna. That's funny. I'm just gonna steal my parents' car antenna and use that. But yeah, I think that'd be really fun. And some of these kids could probably ask for their wands to be decorated. I want that to be the thing. I want the students to have their wands decorated the way they want it to be. Not because that's just what the wand looked like, because the guy made it look like that. The kids are the ones that design their wands. They go retrieve their wands. Witches get their own wands. Witches find and make their own wands. There we go. So on her side, Ollivander is the king of wand waking. On mine, I want the kids to do it. I want them to design it. And whenever they get older and they graduate their studies, they can create a new one based on their adulthood. Their arms are going to be a lot longer now, so they need to find a new stick that's the length of their new arm, and then they decorate it based on who they are after they've matured. I think that'd be fun, because I ain't gonna lie, Chief, you're not gonna keep one wand your whole life, because you can change into a different person. Because I remember something similar where a kid had a metal collapsible wand, and it stuck with me, so I could run around with antennas from an old remote control cars. Yeah, maybe some people have wands that close in on itself, because that's what they wanted it to do. And they probably go to people who are specialized in making wands, but they make them custom order. And it's not just one guy that does it. I'm sure there's dozens, if not hundreds, of people who know how to make wands. There's probably covens that act like guilds that are devoted to making wands. Because wands in and of itself is a beautiful magical art. And maybe they want to keep their wand making secrets to themselves. They just say, hey, this is what do you want your wand to look like? What do you want as a core catalyst on it? Cool, I'll make it for you. But they keep the actual rune secrets and all that. Shh, hush, hush. I think that'd be really fun. Why did my music stop? Keep going. Please. Anyway, I think that'd be really cool. I'm sure I still have an antenna like that somewhere in an old toy box. Nice. Only wand maker per world. No. No. Also, black.
Thank you for the water, Frost. Frost Alphos.
But yeah, I just thought of something funny.
Oh, Jackson!
How are you? But yeah, I thought of something funny. What if someone was like watching Sailor Moon and they were like, hey, can my wand be designed like this? And then they get that wand. They actually get to have like a Sailor Moon wand. I think that'd be really cool. Because, like, you know, let's say it's a kid that grew up watching Sailor Moon in the regular world. They learn they're a witch or wizard from their mom or dad. And they're like, oh shit, I get to go to a school? And they're like, yeah, I would like you to learn our heritage and I'd like you to learn magic for your curriculum. They'd be like, oh shit, I get to make a fucking Sailor Moon wand. I think that'd be cute. And then when they grow up as an adult and they they finish their schooling, they look at the old Sailor Moon wand with both cringe and nostalgia. They're like, oh, I remember when I got that. Horatio Wandmakerson, who sits in a cave in Pasadena and makes 5,000 wands a day, is an outlier and should not be considered. Yeah, we shouldn't consider. Was that a cookie clicker reference? It's funny. The Spider George! Don't know. Spider George needs to get out of here. He is an outlier. It should not be considered. Georg. Yeah, Spider Georg. But yeah, I think that'd be really fun. Let people design their own wands. After finding a stick. Also, let people not use wands if they don't want it. Some people could use, like I said, a rod. Because I was thinking of something really fucking cool the other day. What if there are some people out there who combine, like, the bow style with magic? Bow style, I believe, is a type of martial art where you use a bow staff. It's a type of karate, but not quite. And they, like I said, they use a bow staff. What if they used a bow staff? What if they just wushu martial arts magic out of their fucking staves and just beat the shit out of people with it? Old mixed with new wand. Yeah, that'd be really custom wand. Let's go. Yeah, I want custom wands. Yeah, that'd be so fucking cool. Just shooting motherfuckers. But yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that instead. But we are gonna look at the other tools. As general practitioners, the students might not need all of these tools. The tools are only going to be used for people who really want to send out something super powerful. Something that takes time and patience. Like the Athame. The Athame, I actually have an idea for. Let's say your wand is pretty long. You want it longer than your arm because you're making it a bit more combat-oriented, and it looks almost sword-like. Now, what if you can enchant items to have the same capabilities of a wand, so an Odolator could be casting magic under a Rollator? What's a Rollator? Rollator? What's a Rollator? Rollator. I need help. I want a character with a wand bent into a ring shape, so they just wear it as a bangle. I don't know if that would work, per se. Oh, unless they, like, it's like a zebra strap where they pop it out and they flick it straight. Like they just snap it to their wrist. That'd be funny. It's like a Zimmer frame with a seat and some wheels. Oh. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say to that is, I don't know. Alright, let me close out some of my stuff here, because I have a lot of tabs open now. I have a bunch of wands on my screen.
But they're pretty.
There we go. I'd have to figure out how the wands are made first, though. Because I know I want what is it called? I know I want a focus point, which will be probably a mineral of some sort. Whether or not you can see the mineral is up to you, however, but I want to do something like this, where it has some sort of focus point, a focuser. And then on the inside, there's probably some sort of runic carving. It can be either on the inside or the outside, but inside is more likely because the runes don't want to be seen. I feel like the Coven families would want to keep, the ones that make the wands at least, would want to keep some secrets. So they would keep these runes inside. They'll also probably put some sort of enchanted wiring in there. Mary Poppins, a mage, confirmed. No, Mary Poppins is a Time Lord. I feel like it could have been done with special wands like Hagrid's umbrella. Yeah, they could have done that. I feel like some people could do that too. Wands project forth like a Wolverine claw. No. Oh, that would hurt. Oh, that would hurt. Alright. Let me grab this and this. Okay, so also I'm going to be using different words. Right, I was talking about swords. Okay. This is something I want to do with Athames. So, you know how in the show they just kind of shoot spells at each other and just kind of hold it? Or like, God forbid, fire spells and you have to be quick to shield it. Some people could shield it if they wanted to, or some people could parry it. So, fun thing about Athames, or Athames. Athames in Wicca act as energy cutters. In spells, whenever you're doing a ritual, you usually use your wand and your chanting to put a circle around yourself for protection. It's to make sure that nothing goes wrong with the spell. Parry this, you fucking casual. Yeah, yeah, Malfoy's cane is a wand, I think. Or... No, it's not. It's in the cane. Like a sword. That's right. But, yeah, let's say you have a really long wand, longer than your arm, because let's say you're quirky like that, you want it longer. You chose that on purpose. And you had it designed to look kind of like a sword. And then you just casually keep an athame in your other hand. No one knows why, until you throw a spell at this fucker because they did something shitty. And then they fucking just slash your shit away with an athame. They're parrying your spells with an athame. I think that'd be really fucking fun. I want an athame to be a counter to energy being sent your way. Because like I said, in Wicca, athames are used to cut energy. Wands are used to make your energy circle around yourself. You use athames to cut yourself out. So let's say you create a huge fucking shield athame that's just a Glock. No! The snake head on it is just decorative, and then he added later. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I want an athame to be like a counter, kind of. Because if you can't bring up a shield in time, you can just grab your athame and just fling, and just slice it if you're quick enough. I think that'd be fun. You're beat sabering that shit, basically. You slice that shit. I think that'd be fun. There are other tools, however, so we'll go through those in just a second. But I've covered the wand, the athame, the pentacle. The pentacle, it doesn't have as much use Medic would be amazing duelist in this world. Yeah. Oh, maybe there could be spell assassins where they don't use magic much, but they just have two athames that they use to cut down everything. I think that'd be really cool. Alright, so Wiccan tools. Let's go look at all of the tools, though. Also, brooms are not called brooms. They are called besoms. We're not calling them brooms. They're called besoms. Broom, go, yeet. Besoms are cooler. So, besom is just the old Wiccan word for a broom. That's what we call them. Let me go grab up some stuff real quick, though, just to make sure I'm getting everything correct. Ow, I hit my foot. Woo. I'm trying to remember the usage between some of these tools, though. Primary tools. The pentacle or the paten is a disc-shaped altar consecration tool with a sigil, or magical symbol engraved or inscribed upon it. The most common symbol is a pentagram within a circle, specifically a pentacle, although some other symbols may be used as a triquetra. I had a triquetra. Oh no, I had a pentacle! There's a giant brass pentacle I kept on my shit! Bit weird he was gonna oh wait. Are bards a thing in this world? Probably? I'm not sure. Bit weird he was gonna just murder Harry in broad daylight in the middle of the school and a few steps from Dumbledore's office. Yeah, he was ready to fuck him up. But yeah, the pentacle is there as an evocation symbol. You just keep it there. You don't fuck with it. You leave it there. As well as magically interacting in which the place is pawned. Yeah, pentacle just sits there. Sword and knife. A sword or ritual knife, commonly known as an athame, or athame, is often used in Wiccan ritual. In Gardenian Wicca, there's symbolic of the element of fire. Athame is the elemental in nature when the sword is planetary in nature. Yeah, you use it to cut yourself out of energy. It is used to direct energy for the casting of magic circles, controlling of spirits, and other ritual purposes. So maybe if, let's say wands are used for casting spells, athames could also be used to control enemies, or control beings. Because it says here you can control the spirits and rituals. So maybe it's, I like it as a parry dagger, but that's just me. Maybe some people have figured out how to make it do other crazy shit. Yeah, there should be no weapons in Wicca. However, the athame is dull. It's very dull. You want to make sure that knife is as dull as possible. I dulled mine on purpose. It was already dull, and I re-dulled it. Like, wands. The wand is symbolic of the element of air. In some traditions, it symbolizes fire. For me, it was air. It can be made from any material, including wood, metal, and rock. Yes, there are some people who actually use straight up entire giant, like, crystals for wands. Here, I'll show you what I mean. They're real pretty. People use, like, literally a giant fucking crystal for a wand. Like this. They literally just grab this whole thing and make it into a wand. And this is a brass wand with accents of silver and tipped with an amethyst. So it doesn't have to be wood. But more than likely, it usually is. I don't think, however, stone and metal and crystal mineral wands should be introduced to regular students yet. I don't think they would do that. I think they'd just have the kids go out, get a stick that resonated with them, that looked pretty, and then they work with it. And then when they're an adult, if they want metal, they can get metal. Yay, antenna wand, here I go! Yeah, pretty much. You could literally use an antenna as a wand if you wanted. That literally just said you could. Grats, Amy. You're a witch. You did it. There we go. Okay, but yeah, they're very pretty. How do I say athame? Athame. Oh, the really athame and athame are the same fucking word for it. I'll just keep calling it athame, because that's how I'm used to it. Alright, so the chalice, or the goblet, is symbolic of water, true. You use it for drinking. Many Wiccans do not consider it to be a tool, but instead to be a symbol of the goddess. Yes, it is the goddess, it's her waters, basically. Welded chain wand? Yes, you could do that. If it speaks to you, it's your wand. No reason you couldn't, I guess. Yeah, pretty much, if it speaks to you, you can do it. And then wrap the end with a leather wrapping or some shit so it doesn't hurt your hand. Boom, you did it. You made a wand. Make the tip a little round, you did it. But yeah, the chalice is just sitting there. It bears similarities with the Holy Grail, except for its symbolism used in witchcraft. Rather than being the blood of Christ, it's symbolic of the goddess's womb. Yeah, chalice is traditionally used to hold wine. Yes.
And then you drink. I didn't use wine. I didn't like alcohol. I used water or grape juice.
Alright, so other tools. The bowline. I talked about this already, but it is a curved crescent moon knife, and it's real sharp, and you use it to cut your herbs or carve your symbols into your candles. Don't mention grill here, Sarax. Oh, sorry. But yeah, it helps you to basically prepare your ingredients. They're just gonna have a knife that they call bowlines.
Bowline is kniffy.
There we go. We're just gonna call it a bowline. It's not gonna do anything crazy in terms of spells. It's just the word that they use for it. Censers are just incenses. You just use it for smelling incense. This would probably be an herbology thing. Scourge? I never had a scourge. What the fuck is that? Scourge is a religious whip? To flagellate members of the coven? That's why I didn't have it. We didn't do that. We didn't whip ourselves. That's awful. Anyway, we're not doing the scourge. That can stay over there. Kingulum. Or singulum. Girdle or belt. Oh. Kronos! I see. Welcome home, Maestre. You're a big thembo. Of course, Kronos. The sweetest thembo we know. Let's see. Singulum is a belt. So I'm just gonna write down the belt itself. Let's do this.
Yeah, boop.
Like I said, though, we don't need all of this, because we're not fully going that way. But
I like the word besom. It just means broom.
The story of witches flying on brooms originated from the besom. In Wicca, it is used in hand-fasting ceremonies. Yeah, you can hop it. You jump over the broom whenever you get married. You're hopping the broom is what it's called. The besom is also a seasonal fertility dances as a representation of a phallus. Besom buddies! Yeah. Besom buddies. I'm gonna write down singulum for a cord. Singulum is cord belt. And we'll figure out what to do with that later. Of course, we have the besom written down already. Cauldrons, they're just for making potions. You can also use it to burn shit. Hop the pee-pee. You hop the pee-pee. Yeah, cauldrons associated with witches and witchcraft and Western culture. The Wicca is sometimes used to represent the womb of the goddess, like a chalice. Yeah, I had both. I had a really pretty glass cup, and I also had a cauldron, because I used it for burning shit. You can have to buy potions. Potions, Anna. But yeah, you can also put oils in there, but I just use it to burn paper for, like, names and shit. Because, some spells require burning stuff. So that's what I do. I just light it on fire and just drop it in there and close the lid like, ha! I did it! Anyway. Let's do this. Making brews, incense burning, and can be used to hold large, white pillar candles. I never put my candles in there. A fire is often lit within the vessel and flames are left over as a simple fertility rite, or at the end of a hand fasting. You can jump the cauldron, too. when it's on fire. No, thank you. A cauldron can be used for scrying it. I never scryed with it. It is a large role in Celtic magic, similar to fashion to that of Caradwyn's cauldron. That's right. Caradwyn is another name for the goddess. I'm probably going to focus on Caradwyn and Cernunnos, because those are the good ones. Those are the names that I'm the most familiar with. Those are the gods that I tended to the most, if that makes sense. So we're going to use potions. They might have cauldrons for different things, actually, but more than likely they're usually for potions. Spear? In tradition of Sewicca. I never did that. The god Woden, that's why. And, oh, because it's Saxon Wicca. Sax Wicca. I'm not saying the other word, I promise. In place of the horn god. According to god Odin, source of the Anglo-Saxon Woden, carried the spear Gungnir. The purpose of comparison is notable that Sax Wicca is not part of the traditional initiatory Wicca. Yeah, no, I didn't fuck with that.
Smudge sticks.
I didn't fuck with that either. Okay, I think I have everything written down that I would like written down. Spear? Yeah, spear. There's sometimes a spear. For if they're more Nordic, apparently. So, we don't need that anymore. But I did it. Oh yeah, there's a bell too, but I don't use bells. So, what am we gonna use the broom for? I see what you're doing. Yeah. Do you want to see what I'm doing specifically? Here's my title. Desmond's own Wizarding World with blackjack and hookers. I got sick of the controversy and I went, I'm a world builder. Maybe I could do it. So I did. I'm starting to piece together the stuff that I have gripe with and the stuff that I'm going to be incorporating in my own Wizarding World. I need to stop calling it that, though. So we're working on tools right now. Oh, right. The boss and the grimoire. Okay, so there are two types of books that you can have in traditional Wicca. There's one called a Book of Shadows, or the Boss, BOS, and there is one called the Grimoire. The Book of Shadows is usually for more generalized stuff, where you keep, like, it's hard to explain. They do different stuff. You keep different information in each one. And it depends on the person, but I use my Book of Shadows as, like, an instructional with rituals and songs and, like, rules, while my grimoire had more, like, just lists of spells regards to food and ingredients. Don't mention grimoire near Lily. Oh, sorry. Book of Shadows has charmed flashbacks. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot about Charmed. I forgot Charmed exists. Shit! I'm sad now. I love Charmed. It was so fun to watch as a kid. Please, okay, I'll be good. I'll be nice. Just know that their Book of Shadows is not what an actual Book of Shadows is. I promise. Let's see. I'm gonna look up the actual definition of Book of Shadows versus Grimoire, because I know how I used it. Okay, so... yeah, Gerald Gardner was the first one to make a Book of Shadows. He was literally the founder of Wicca, so everyone went, I want to make a Book of Shadows. But he called it the Book of the Art Magical. Someone actually made a transcript of it. Interesting. Okay, so for him... it was just his stuff. The Book of Ways? That sounds fucking cool. The Book of Ways. I like that term a lot. I'm gonna use it. Long rant about near lore. No! Book of Shadows.
Hello? Wags! Ways. There we go. Dun Amy! Hello! Thank you for the raid!
The Book of Booking Books. Hello, how are you?
Welcome in, raiders! Thank you for the raid.
Hello, hello. For those of you who do not know me, hi! For those who do not know me, hello. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as rolebuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And today we're working on our own wizarding world. With blackjack and hookers. Amy, how was your stream? Let's give you a little shout out. There you go.
Look at them. Look at her. Look at cutie.
Ooh, this is tough.
Look at her. She's so cute.
The model is really cute. What the fuck?
Yo, let's go!
Hey, Splatoon. Nice. Oh, you were playing Splatoon, too.
Yeah.
How'd your games go?
It's not too bad.
Gonna use the Necronomicon to
I'm gonna
cast
look
spooky spells. The Necronomicon is cool. The Necronomicon, for those who don't know, is a Lovecraft thing. It's basically like a book that talks about the coming of Cthulhu, pretty much. And for some reason, there was actually a hoax going around. I think it was in the 80s or 90s, but there was a hoax going around that the book was actually real and someone had found it. I don't remember the details. I'm gonna have to look that up. Let me look that up. Yeah, is the Necronomicon historically real? Like, people were actually asking, is this shit for real, for real? And no, it was fictional. But there are people that believed that it was real, and they started, looking for it.
Necronomicon!
Ugh. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Oh no, I know that. What is that? Like for real, for real, for real? Yeah, like for real, for real, for real. Klaatu Barada Nikto. That's Army of Darkness, isn't it? Yeah, that's Ash. That's my homie Ash. Yeah, I think that was the movie that I think might have sparked the debate on whether the Necronomicon was real or some shit. I don't remember. Army of Darkness was wild. Evil Dead as a franchise is wild.
Stream elements, we know she's here.
You stop that. For real life. Yeah, for real. For FRL. Ugh. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I forgot to thank you. Well, or I did thank you, but you know what I mean. And thank you for trusting your community with me. I hope you guys have a wonderful time here. We're actually kind of about to wrap up. I just wanted to work on my own magic world, basically. Because I'm sick and tired of it all, if that makes sense. Also, it's just been in my mind for the past year and a half anyway. If someone else has reigns to the wizard world, you could tell some stories about a revolution that frees the sentient creatures from the shackles of the ministry and tears apart the barriers between the muggle and wizard world. Like, it could be interesting if someone who actually creative ideas had it. Yeah.
Wait!
Hi. He's stancing me! Guys, he's T-posing me to assert dominance. What do I do? Hi.
We wine.
He's just standing there. Menacingly. Hi, handsome. Grab face. Are you real?
I pinch your cheeks. I make wizards.
Lizard wizard. Oh my god, lizard wizard. Oh, it's the model's tracking you, not me.
I was
You stole my identity, guys. Leon stole my identity. Forgot to mention the model you saw was made by Lilin.
Lilin is so pretty. You did good.
It's very pretty, Amy. Pet, 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 pet. I pet you guys. Pet you both. Right here. Pet you both. Yeah, he was eeping. Alright, so the Grimoire is the spell book. Yeah, the Grimoire is basically what you have your spells in, and your Book of Shadows is basically like your rules. If that makes sense. It has some spells, but it's different.
It's different. Oh, Iki! Kronos! Iki, 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 Iki.
My name is not Crab Lemon. Oh, yeah, Cecil's name is Crab Lemon.
Iki! Iki, 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 Iki.
Oh my god, this one has a skull on it! The Necronomicon has spells, but evil, yeah, pretty much. It's just evil spell. Hi, Kibi. Pet. Pet my cat. Yeah, Stream Elements is having a fucking time right now. It's gonna echo itself a few times. But, yeah, that's all the books that I can think of. Book of Shadows / Book of Ways, and then the Grimoire. There we go. So, these books, grimoires, are probably going to be the name of the books that the kids, and anyone really, who's going to be keeping their own personal notes. Grimoire just means your personal notes. Book of Ways is going to be the Coven book. So, it's kind of like, let's say you're, you know, it's kind of like the Bible versus your Sunday school notes. Your notebook, your grimoire, is your personal writing thing, while the Book of Ways, or the Book of Shadows, is what's been passed down these coven families for generations. And each of them probably has a different book. There are probably similarities, but there's going to be differences in rules, regulations, traditions, spells that are permitted, spells that are not permitted. Just rules for the house. Rules for the coven. I think that'd be fun. Who would have written the Book of Ways? It probably would have been a founder, and it would have been added on by the newest patron or matron of the house as they went along through the family. As they've needed to add to it. I think that would be the best. Unless a founder or a specific house member said, no, we're not adding any more. I'm sure there's been a few houses that did that too. Where a couple of coven families said, nope, this is the book, don't alter it, don't change it, we're done. Otherwise, yeah, they probably came in and edited a few things, here and there. So, I think that's what we're gonna do with those. Hell yeah, every Tuesday is Taco Tuesday. I like this rule. It is a good one. The cord belt, the cingulum, is probably going to be how you rank yourself. Cool.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, we're gonna do that. So besoms are your brooms, because that's what they're called. Bolines are just typical knives. We probably don't even need them. I'll probably just get rid of them for now. But bowling... What? We already have athames. But they're not for... But they're not for fucking people up. Bolines are... Don't sharpen an athame! That's... That's what's it called? That's heresy! That's sacrilege! Don't sharpen an athame. Sacrilege. Anyway... we're gonna remove the term boline for the moment. They're probably just used... They're not used for spell casting. They're just used for carving. Like, you know, collecting herbs, carving your wand, whatever the fuck. So, we're not gonna really count it as anything special. Did someone say heresy? Uh-oh. Lily, no. Wait. Alrighty. Now I'm just looking through tools. Oh, they could also use bone! Although, I don't know if that'd be a good idea. Now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know if that'd be a good idea to use ivory as a wand. But maybe. Maybe they used ivory as a wand. 40k rant incoming. Ha! Leon chose violence. Uh-oh. Heresy. A casting axe. Babe. Actually, you kind of could, but don't. But how about don't? Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it here because I've done a lot. I've worked on a lot here. All right, singulums. Let me write this real quick. Level of training. So your singulum is your belt. It's going to have a certain cord to it, a certain color, and that's going to tell people what year you're in. So Wicca typically has something called year-end days. You can take 3 of them. Year-end days, it means you study a curriculum for 365 plus 1 day. So 366 days you study a curriculum of Wicca. And then when you've graduated that first year, you do another one. You do another year and a day. But these guys probably had to break it down from 365. They probably halved it. Instead of 366, they probably halved it. And did half a year and a day each year for the kids. So that means they would have 6 years of schooling. You know how some people name their magical weapons? What if you had a wand and Athame combo named Smith & Wesson? Well, I did mention you could have a wand Athame combo. You could use your wand to attack and your Athame to parry. Hey babe, do you want to parry in a magic world? No parry axes! Anyway, but yeah, I think of Athames as kind of like parry daggers from like rapier fighting or something. I think that'd be really cool. Let me look up the singulum though. The chords are real cool. Because I'm writing about them real quick. Oh! Oh, this is in a language I don't understand. It looks somewhat like German, but I don't think it's German. It's not German. Me trying to read it. Alright, let me go look for the chord. I'm gonna Google singulum, I guess. If it's Welsh, I could translate. I don't know if it's Welsh. Here, I'm gonna bring it down so you guys can see it. So they get self-defense training with the Athame too. Yeah! I think that'd be cool, because Athames are used to cut energy. You use it to cut yourself out of energies. Alright, singular. Wait, there we go. Yeah, that's not Welsh. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I thought it was German. It looks somewhat like German, but it's not. I can read German. I can't read this. I recognize some words, but I don't. Because, Hetzberuste does sound a little German, but I can't tell. Oh, it could be Finnish or Dutch. It could be Dutch. That's right. Dutch and German are pretty close. I don't know Dutch. Alright, let's go look up the belts. Yeah, they're like these really pretty little cords that you can knot. You can put little knots in them. I think the knots could also help for counting as well. Seems like a Germanic language at least. Yeah, I recognized it. It was just real hard for me to read it. But yeah, you can put these little pretty Celtic knots in the ropes. And you use them as a belt. And I think these little knots could act as markers to say what year you are. And singulum just is Latin for belt. They probably also just call it a belt sometimes, but singulum is just cool to sound. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of that. There we go.
And they're very pretty.
You know what? I'm just gonna call them chords. Cords are better. Singulum is a cord. Cord belt. Level of training. Cauldrons offer potions. And your Book of Shadows and your Grimoire. So, Book of Shadows, or Ways, is Coven Rules. Is Coven Rules. Grimoires are personal. Notes. There we go. Finally can relax.
Squishy, hello.
Oh, I hope your mom's okay. I'm glad it was successful. Heresy purged in the VC chat. Yes, good. Purged. Alright, let's grab this up. So, what else? Is that it? That's all I can think of at the moment. I also can't think of any more criticisms I have for the Wizarding World. Other than just... it doesn't have enough. Yeah, I think I came up with enough for now. We can work more on this later. Whenever we have... Well, I'm gonna sit on this at first. I'm gonna sit on this for the week. I'm gonna think about it, figure out my own shit. Maybe do some art. Yeah, do some art.
Hi. Hey,
Yes? Yes, what game? Oh, okay. Thursday, I'm gonna grab Weemon for game. We're gonna play game. Oh, we haven't played Elden Ring in a while. But we could always play something else. I don't know, maybe Monster Hunter or some shit. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. We're gonna go raid. We're gonna go drop in on somebody. On a cutie.
Oh, thank you for the pat. Wow.
Who we dropping? Where are we dropping, boys? Ooh, Kana! Maybe I'll drop in on Kana. Because I haven't gotten to raid her in a while. In a long while.
And she is another bat.
You're cool as heck. Thank you for stream. Thank you for showing up. You're really cool too, Kronos. Absolute precious friend. Oof. Alright, oh. I am not typing in the right stream chat. I was typing in hers. Oh, I almost typed /raid Kana in her chat. Oops. Someone just reversed the GIF and captioned it. Sorry, resume your heresy. Alright, so she's playing Resident Evil 6. I hope you guys are okay with that. Cause that game's funkin' wonky. Pro streamer right there. Hey, you know it. Alright. She would have been so fucking confused, and it would have been funny. Alright, so, okay, grab your raid messages, everybody. Hey, look at my name! You can see the shiny! You can see that shiny cup! Look at the shiny golden cup, guys! You see that shiny golden cup? I love the shiny golden cup. Alright, so I'll see you guys tomorrow! Oh, hi, Fangy. Oh, hi, Fangy. I'm so sleepy, but wanted to say hi. Oh, okay. Hi, Fangy. We're about to raid, actually. But I'm glad you could make it to say hi. Because you are very precious. Pet, pet. Here you go. Pet. See, you guys pet me, so I pet you back. How about that? Bye-bye as well, yeah. But don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow. Leon has informed me that he has tomorrow and Friday off. So I'm gonna grab him for something. We're gonna do some shit. I'm glad I got to see Battler. Yeah, Battler, glad he got to see you too. Bye, Amy, and thank you again for the raid. You're a very sweetheart. But yeah, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna do some games. Don't know which ones yet, but they're gonna be games.
With me, mine.
See you guys then. Wow. Oh, Cecil. 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 I can't see the raid now button. Thank you.